I think I'm live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Happy weekend to you. Happy Friday evening to some of you, Saturday morning to some of you on the other side of the planet. So good to see you. So glad to have you here. And as always, I'm excited to see what messages come in from Spirit today. There it is. I was waiting for YouTube to tell me that I'm really, really am live. So now I believe him. So hello, everybody. Thanks for all the hearts. So, of course, before we jump into everything, let us start off as we usually do, which is to come back to this moment. We'll start off with taking a big, deep breath to come back, like I said, into the now, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, and just come to this moment. We'll do that through a deep breath in, holding it for a moment, and then slowly exhaling. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl and bring some energy. So I'll talk about that real quick when we get to that part. But let's start off. If you want to join me, just take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't pass out, don't hurt yourself, and then just exhale slowly until you just have pushed all the air out, and then take another deep breath in. All right, so here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I do that, we can just imagine this beautiful love energy either pulsating out from your heart or it falling like a waterfall down into your being or however you want to imagine it. But when you picture it, just allow it to go into your brain and all of your thoughts, into your heart and all your emotions, into your physical body and all of your cells and your organs and your blood, and into your energetic system through all your chakras and your meridians and your aura, just filling up your entire being and flowing out to the outside world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do in the outside world to raise that vibration. And something we can do, as we talk about, to immediately begin to raise our own love vibration. It's our little donation into the collective of all the energies that are out there is think of just one little thing we're grateful for right here, right now in this moment that immediately begins to raise our vibration. It connects us to that receiving messages from spirit. And then also we become a little beacon to draw in those things that we're grateful for. Our energy is always drawing something toward us, whether it's higher vibration or lower, or lower. um, so we're always drawing something to us. So we get to control that, right? Which is great. We don't want to be controlled out there. We want to be the ones doing the controlling. So at least over our own lives is all we can do. All right. So let us begin. I will hit the singing bowl. I'm not sure how loud it will be, so watch your ears and let us begin. Remember gratitude. Here we go. Mm, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Amazing, amazing energies. I do love this singing bowl. So, hello, everybody. Let me just put her back on her shelf real quick here. She can watch over us and have our backs while we're doing this. So, hello, hello. It's so good to see everybody. Thank you for being here and thank you for all the thumbs up already. It does help spread the Zen love. It's a little way you can show me some love, my channel some love, but it does radiate that energy out to the world. It helps the YouTube algorithms too, which allows the videos to get in front of people so that they can see the videos. And so you are part of the love tsunami. So thank you for doing that. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and equal senses of humor, which is great. Two things we can definitely use on this adventure of humanity for shizzle. If you want to know how the whole process works, all the information is down in the description box of the video. And basically, donations do get first priority. Free readings are 1 to 2 cards, and it is first come, first serve. But donations, I do step out of the free readings, dive deeper. I mean, we pull more cards for those too. And then you also get a fortune cookie, which is an oracle card of some sort. And yeah, and so that's what we do for those. I thought there was going to be something else. But if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. We do have Z Venmo, PayPal, Cash, and Square. And I don't have any set dollar amounts, so whatever you give from your heart. I know it's what you're able to give, and I honor that. So I appreciate and we will do that. What else? If I'm usually on for about 3 hours or more, if in the first 2.5 hours I do not complete any free readings, I will step out away from donations, complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. So we always get to free readings every session, at least some of them. Lately, usually all. Been going on a little longer here and there to cover them because I'm in a giving mood this year. Speaking of which, well, I'll cover that in a sec. Also, at the end of each stream, I do post a pinned comment and list all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you put your question and you need to go live life and come back later, if you come back after the stream is completed, you'll see that pinned comment and just click on that little timestamp. Takes you right to your reading. It's super, super cool. So that's how that works. As I was going to say, we did put out the new moon drawing winner. So if you want to find out who that was, I have not heard from them yet. So dun 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 dun. I know, right? I should just tell you who it is, but that takes away the excitement. I have giveaways for the remainder of the year for every new moon and full moon. So the next full moon drawing that'll be up here is on December 4th, that full moon in Gemini. So if you're wanting to get into the chance to win a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, whichever one you prefer, check out that video. It'll tell you the deets on how to do that. I also have all of my personal readings, both live and recorded, on sale now through the end of the year, even through January 1st of 2026, which really isn't that far away. Isn't it crazy? New Year's is like, what, 5 or 6 weeks away? Craziness, craziness. Also, my hedges of peace and love are on sale. All this information is down in the description box as well. If you want to check that out. I also offer a free podcast called The Easier Path, which it's all about. I share a story or two of something I've gone through. We look at the human perspective because really I have no unique experiences that all of you have not experienced in some way, somehow. So we share a personal thing. We share a human perspective, a spirit perspective, and then hints from spirit on how to make those things an easier path instead of a harder one. So it's just information. There's no expectations you're going to take it and choose an easier path. because sometimes, like me, we like to learn the hard way. So why would I wanna, you know, cheat you out of that? Anyway, all that is free. That's the newest, episode, but the playlist for all of them is down in the description box of the video, or if you go to my main page of my YouTube channel, it's at the top, right there as you enter the channel. So that is the all the skinny on the blah blah blah. And I was cold, but spirit gets going and I get warmed up. So let me just take this off here. Woof! Hot flashes. Spirit is on the move. All right. Let me just adjust my shirt here. There we go. Comfy. So let's do some shout outs. I'll get my little list together. I'll let everyone know where we're at on the list. Yeah, footwork. That's what I'll do. So we have footwork here. So hello, footwork. Good to see you. I think that's Valerie, right? So you are actually, you'll be number 4. Let me check my emails. Yeah, number 4 on the donation list. So hello to you. We also have user PC. Hello, good to see you again. Welcome back. Yeah, an intriguing one, right? Cancer and Taurus and full moon. A lot of fun things coming about, right? And of course, we got Jojo in the house. Hello. Let me just back out of this thing. There we go. You will actually be up first on the donations. So thank you for that. And then Valerie, let's see here. Here's your question. Yo. So we'll get you on the free list here. Actually, that's not. You are up here. Hello. So your question there is, will your memberships increase? Let's get you. I already put you up there. Okay. I'm focused now. User PC, you are the one I was looking for. Oh, if you, let's see here. I think yours is, where is your question, user PC? Reading C? You want a reading on C? Is that what your question is there? Yeah, yeah, you are 4th in the donations, footwork. So is that your question? Their user PC? Because you want to know where you come on the list, but I don't see a question yet from you. I'll keep looking here. But let me keep going here for the sake of time. So, hot sun. Hello. Let me get you on the free list here. And I'll do a quick update on who's on the free and who's on the donations here in a sec. So we've got Just Alice. Hee. Hello. You'll be number 3 on the donations. So good to see you. We got Mary the Aries in the house. Hello, Mary. Grab yours for the free readings here. Make some space here. Hello. We have Rabia. Hello. Good to see you. I am well. I hope you are well. We got you on the list. And then, of course, Sudeshna Ghosh. Hello. Good to see you. You're number 2 on the donations. So those are it. Well, I'll just summarize real quick here, but. And let me just make sure I got everyone else. We got Touch of Love. Hello. And then Sasha, good to see you. I don't see a question from you. So if you posted one, I don't see one yet. Sasha, good to see you though. And Patricia, I got you on the free list there. And Musical Beer, you're on the list as well. And we had Mika Khan come in. Hello, Mika. Let's get you on the free list here too. So let me just make some more space here. There we go. Whoops. All right. And Trumpzilla, hey, welcome. I'll add you in here. You'll be number 5 on the donation list here. Yeah, I don't think I'm just on the yang side of things usually. That's a good question. Because the yang is the like the masculine energy, right? And the yin. Um, I'm actually, I feel like more kind of balanced in the middle because, no surprise, I am gay. But so I kind of feel like I'm in betwixt the masculine, divine, masculine, feminine energies. I do have an Aquarius sun, Capricorn rising, so I can come across with very much, that mental, uh, masculine kind of energy, but I have a huge stellium in Pisces and a grand water trine and other trine in my chart, which totally balances all that off into the emotional, spiritual energies there. So it's really interesting how we can, how we all pick up other people's energies, and we're all a mirror for one another too. So it's always a great reflection. Hey, Olivier, welcome, welcome. I'm doing good. How are you? All right. So, yes, Pisces moon. Let's see if I can remember. I definitely Pisces moon. And so closest to the sun, we have Mercury. So my Mercury is in Pisces. My Venus is in Pisces. My moon, my Saturn, and my Chiron are all in Pisces. And there's some other asteroids and stuff too. So so we got a lot of that stuff going on there too. So and it's interesting. We all have spiritual abilities, but all that Pisces energy, I know, damn is right. It's like I almost killed myself when I was in my early 20s because of the amount of emotional energy that I was channeling from all around me and fear and everything else. Um so yeah, it's a mega stellium. Yeah, yeah, and, so we've got a lot of different, things going on, but, that definitely makes it easier for me to really just connect to the spirit world because that Pisces energy is so much of you know, they say, like, Aquarius is, like, 1 foot on Earth, 1 foot in the heavens, and Pisces is both feet. We have to be careful not to be too dreamy, where we're so heavenly minded, we're no earthly good is a way to put it there. That's a good question. I'm sorry. I will get into readings here in a sec, but now you got me thinking here. Jupiter, I have my little chart. Oh, Cancer at I think it's 26 degrees. Is it 26? I can't read my own handwriting or my little notes here. Jupiter, I think it's 26 degrees in Cancer. So again, more water energy that's in there as well. Let's see what else was there. Yeah, my Jupiter's in Cancer, my Saturn is in Pisces, like I said. My Neptune is in Scorpio. Well, that makes a lot of sense too. Yeah, yeah. Oh, my Vedic chart. Yeah, I'll have to pull that one. This is the standard tropical one, I believe. So, yeah, we got that going on there. I'm dreamy, emotional and dreamy, both. Yeah. Um, I don't show you on the list here. Olivier, I got you added on the free list here. What is your question, user PC? I saw you said reading C. Is that a reading on C? Is that what you're asking there? Just before I get started here. So I just want to make sure I capture that before I jump in here. I don't think there's anyone else. Let me just make sure here. So, of course, our sun rules over, they're the CEO of our entire chart, which, you know, they're the ones that rule over, but our department heads, like over our emotions and different areas of our life, have that. Um, so, even though I got all this water, it's the mental energy of Of course, my Capricorn rising and the other definitely can impact it too. Okay, gotcha. All right, so general read. Perfect. And let's see, let me just make sure I put you in the right place here. And so you were right before hot sun and after marry the Aries. There you go. So we'll put you right in there. All right. So um where we're at, donations, Jojo will be up first, and then Sudeshna, then Just Alice, and then Footwork, Valerie, Trampzilla. That's the five that I have right now for donations, right? Yes. And then for free readings, once I get to them, we have Musical Beer, and then Patricia, and then Touch of Love, and then Rabia, and then Mary the Aries, and then User PC, and then Hot Hot Sun, Mika Khan, and Olivier Vagara. So that is where we're at. I guess that would be number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'd be number 6 in the free readings once I get to those. So, and of course, like I said, if you need to go and come back, you can always ask. I think like you did last night, where you can ask, "Hey, did you get to me the free readings yet?" And if I see it, I'll answer it. If not, once you come back into the stream, you'll see everyone listed. I have the donation separated from the free readings and all the timestamps next to the name, so you can just find your name and click on the timestamp. Takes you right to your reading as well. So if you need to go, we get it. We get it. I'm going to continue to use the Naked Heart Tarot this evening by Jillian Wilde, Wilde. It's a beautiful box if you guys are interested in picking it up. It's one of my faves. We'll be using that, and we'll be finishing up using the Enchanted Path Oracle for the donation fortune cookies tonight. And then we'll start on this other one, that Forest Spirits Oracle was where we'll pick up once we finish those up. So, all right. So let's get the party started, everybody. Sorry we took so long to get going here. There's some fun energy going on. So let's take a quick sip of some wonderful praline coffee. What else do I have in here? Oh, some zero sugar caramel macchiato. So it's like liquid cake again. Yum, yum, yum. And then I do have my green tea, green peppermint tea, no, spearmint tea, and then water too. So we'll balance. But I need some coffee. All right. Let's get going here. Blah, 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 blah. So happy to have you all here. Thank you for being here and for laughing at me and with me when you need to. All right, let's get started. So, Jojo, let's start here. You're at 2345. Sorry, crunching my cough drop here. So, thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. Hello, hello. And yeah, hello. I see you there. And let's find your question. It's down here. There it is. So, what was A's first impression of you? How does she feel about you? All right. Let's take a look here and see what's going on. Yo, yo. I see you there. All right. So, what were their first impressions? All right. Do you want that one and that one? And then thoughts. It rolls into the overall impression and thoughts here. All right. Oh, let me just scooch these correctly here. Right, right. Sometimes you're so funny. All right, so Johanna, let's take a look and see what we've got here. Just want to make sure. Yeah, let me just highlight it. So, A's first impression, and how does she feel about you? So, the first impression, I mean, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Three of Cups, which is joy, energy, community energy. I feel like she was like, you're my people. Like, yeah, yeah. I feel like the energy immediately, joyful energy, upbeat energy, and They could just sense, okay, good energies there. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune with the Devil card. I like this here. Of course, the Wheel of Fortune right away just trumps everything. But so they did see it as a beneficial thing. And the Devil card is a card of like, um, I would say it is a card of challenging like my long held beliefs, but I feel like it's more of an energy of um rebel. For some reason it comes across that way of like, "Oh, you break the rules," kind of energy. Not like in a, like a you're a criminal, but like, "Oh, you like doing things your way." And they're like, "I like that." So there is that energy here because both of those together brings that in with those feelings, right? Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, the Naked Heart. This is a unique card to just this deck only. I like to read it every once in a while because it the way it presents it is beautiful. So let me just do it because this is about connection, purpose, higher self energy. And the Naked Heart has a message that says, I radiate at a pure vibrational level, calling in all that I need at this time to stay in alignment with my path. The universe is highlighting my gifts and asking me to trust myself and my intuition. And as I listen to what my heart needs, my natural essence comes forth to be nurtured, and I innately connect with my calling and purpose. Comparing myself to others does not serve me and will only knock me out of my flow. I was given the exact proportion of amazing, otherwise, I would not exist. My path may not always feel easy, but it will feel right. When I shine bright, I am the spark to someone else's light and I inspire others. And that's what she saw you as this big heart. The little Luna moth on there says, You're brave and beautiful. Fly out of the darkness and into your light. So I like that energy that comes in with that because I do feel like that's the energy that you kind of just walk in with this beautiful bing, bright light. Yeah, well, not Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, Ace of Pentacles, which is they see this as a new opportunity. So their feelings are positive around this. It feels Innocence of Wands, Page of Wands, a new spark again with all this energy of the heart, the Ace of Pentacles, and the Page of Wands coming out together. They're like, "Oh, wow, this is," it's like you bring inspiration like the heart card said. Their feelings here, they do have the Hanged Man and the Sky Father. I feel like they're taking a moment just to check if they haven't already said yes. I feel like they will. But this Aries energy of the Emperor along with the Hanged Man is about transformation, is about seeing things from a higher perspective and kind of it would be kind of, "All right, well, I'm gonna look at this and I'll let you know," kind of energy, but they just wanna make sure, "Do I have any red flags? Do I have anything?" Because if I feel like if they went off of their immediate, they're like, "Oh my gosh," if there wasn't even a decision to make around you going in there or not, they're like, "This was a good decision," and, I feel like they already know that they're like, "Wow," they think you're awesome, but I feel like they're still wanting to, um, gather and observe more before they jump all in with that belief, but their first impressions are very positive with all this, right? We also have the Earth Mother, yeah, so Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creation, harvest energy, Ace of Cups. Got all this wonderful energy, all these aces, and there's nothing here that is telling me, "Whoop, whoop, whoop," that they think you're crazy. Well, I mean, crazy and, like, danger crazy. I feel like they do feel like you're joyful crazy, which is good. I feel like they need that in their life right now. And I feel like they're like, "This is gonna be good," kind of energy that I feel coming in. Sorry, I'm not down here. Hello. You're a criminal too. Shh. Just kidding. Not in this lifetime yet. He played one on TV or in a movie, right? You're so funny. But it looks very positive here. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. All right. So, yeah, you got courage. Be brave enough to chase your dreams. Yeah, and that is that kind of energy. There's that, the naked heart energy, fly out of the darkness and into your light and step forward, being true to yourself. So this feels like it's part of the dream, it's part of the process. So I like this. You might even have a character based on a in your future as you know, take all this in for future acting, etc. I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Right, Sudeshna, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right, let's give that a love and a like here. And I think I just got what you were saying, user PC. I actually, if nature calls, I do take a break and take a bio break. If you meant like literally, I used to go 4 or 5 hours and didn't need to, but lately I think spirit's like, all right, time for a break, and I'll step up and I'll go out and I'll come back. So we won't make the human body suffer. Right, Sudesha, thank you so much for your donation. And you would like a reading for the upcoming week, please. Love, career, health, and guidance. Absolutely. So let's take a sip here. Cheers. All right. So, first of all, we will look at love, and then we have career. Right, looks like career, and then health, of course. As per usual, the disclaimer in the description box around health. I'm not a licensed professional. And of course, tarot is for fun and entertainment purposes. So, when making decisions, important decisions in our life, always seek a professional, is our recommendation. And disclaimer made, check, check. We have to do that here in the United States. So let us take a look and see what we got going on here. Bottom of the deck, you got the Six of Cups energy, which is bringing the Mercury retrograde energy in that we're in. We're heading towards the end here sometime soon here. But it feels like someone, it doesn't feel romantic though. It does feel like someone or situations returning from the past. Doesn't feel like a scary one or anything. It's just information just to let you know. So you're like, yeah, be prepared for if it's a friend you haven't talked to in a long time that's coming across the path and coming back into the picture, or someone that moved to a different department at work is coming back. It can be that kind of thing, but it doesn't feel like, oh, wow. It just feels like, oh, well, that's interesting that they're there. What does this bring up? What am I revisiting? So it doesn't feel like, a big, like they're going to want to be involved in your life. It's more you're noticing a situation or someone and going, oh, yeah, this is helping me look at things differently because from now, from when they were in your life before, you've changed so much that now you see things differently. And now you see them and you're like, oh, well, yeah, yeah, I'm not as woo 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 about them as I was, a year ago, 2 years ago. Just like, yeah, not my cup of tea anymore kind of energy. Whether it's friend, family, it might have, I don't know if it's a romantic interest. We'll find out here as we dive into your more details. Let's look at love. You do have the moon energy coming in here and the two of cups. So maybe it is someone that you had a romantic interest with that's bubbling up. The moon card can be someone coming back, something bubbling up from the surface. So this feels like it is a person more so than a well, it's like a situation with a person's coming up. It doesn't feel like, it's not like as soon as Mr. T or anybody else that was recent. This feels like a year ago or more. And it doesn't necessarily feel like romantic, like there was romantic connection. It could be someone you had a crush on before, because that's kind of where I was kind of headed towards with the energy, where, you know, there's someone that was just like enamored with, and then they had to go somewhere else and you didn't get to see him anymore. And then you bump into him again and you're just like, oh, you know, that situation's all different now. And I don't feel that wow anymore. It's just kind of like oh, you're there. I've had that happen before where actually with like two people that it was just like, oh my God, it was almost like you're just drawn to them so strongly, like the Six of Cups, which is kind of a past life energy, but it was like the draw was so strong. But, they were with someone, I was with someone, whatever it was at the time. And then you're single and they're single and you bump into each other and it's like, oh, it's not there anymore because you changed, you evolved, right? That's what I kind of feel like is going on here with this energy. So next week, I feel like you'll bump into someone from your past, but you're just going to be like, oh, well. So that's what they want you to know in the love energy. Career seems to be the big one with 5 cards this coming week. So right there in the middle, you have the 8 of Cups, which is about letting go of relationships or emotions that don't serve you anymore. Let's see what this is about. You do have the 5 of Wands, which is a lot of drama going on around you. And with that firestorm, it's like you don't have to be in the midst of the drama. So I don't feel like this directly impacts you. So you can stay in the center, in the eye of the storm and not be impacted by all that blah 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 going on around you, right? Um so I like this. And this is like walking away from emotions and people and situations that don't serve you, or like, I'm not getting in the middle of this. These people aren't getting along and they want me to go in, they want to gossip to me. It's like you're like, nope, nope, nope. I'm staying clear of this. And I feel like that's their kind of guidance for you, is just step away, don't get involved in anyone else's, you know, talking about each other, their situations or whatever. Just um, step away from it in whatever way you feel you need to. Yeah. Because there's this death and this rebirth. There's some sort of change that's happening. I don't feel like this is you. I feel like there is some sort of thing that's happening in the company that's getting people up, but it doesn't impact you, but it is getting some other people freaking out a bit. And I like this phase. Trust the phases, trust, the process that's coming in here. Yeah, you have the Innocence of Swords, which is about clarity that comes in, and the Ten of Swords, letting go of expectations, letting go of the supposed to be, the should be, and all that, and just kind of stepping away from all of that lower vibrational energies and just see things from a higher perspective. And I feel like the important thing is to know everything happens for me, that what's meant for me never passes me by. And if something's going on here, if the company closed, this isn't what's happening, but you can even go, if the company closed, it would be for me because it's allowing me to go somewhere that's more in alignment with me. So I do not need to fear, because there's this opportunity to get sucked into everyone else's panic and and you just feel like, dudes, just calm down, you know. Everything will be fine one way or another. We're gonna get through this one way or another. Just relax, everybody. And I feel like that's the message that's coming in here. It just feels like a lot of change happening in the company. Um, Significant change, like significant ending of a department or project or something, and people are freaking, right? And you're like, you're not on the project that's being, so you're like, well, it doesn't impact me, but, you know, sometimes we'll get like drawn into everyone else's drama and that energy. And they're saying, just stay in your little pocket. Health. Yeah, we got the universe, a victory card, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, full of possibilities. And then with these expectations, let go of focusing on what you feel is wrong or could go wrong or be wrong and focus more on health. Not I want to heal, but health. That I'm so grateful for those things and start naming the things you're grateful for. Like if my foot hurts, I'm not going to go, "Ow, my foot hurts, my foot hurts." I'm not going to be like denial that my foot hurts. I'm just going to recognize, all right, thank you, foot, for letting me know you're hurting. But I'm going to focus on that. I've got two eyes that see, I'm grateful. I got two ears that hear, I'm grateful. I've got a nose that works, a mouth that works. I got two arms, two legs, whatever you're grateful for. And just the more we're grateful is that it gets us out of that stress, and because stress takes us into lower vibration and shuts down our body, we're going to support and love our body by telling it what we love about it and the creator what we're grateful about it as well. So I like that energy. But there is this change, and positive change for new beginning here. And then your overall guidance, the last three cards, you got the high priestess. Yeah. There's this energy of step away, go into your temple, connect to the higher realms, look behind the veil. What's really going on? Look underneath the surface, dive into yourself, focus and reflect on yourself here with the high priestess energy that comes in here. And then you've got the justice card. Yeah, see things from a higher perspective, balance things out. Here's the mind, right? The high priestess, it's very much, moon Pisces energy that comes in there about the stepping away and really emotional and connecting to a higher place with our mind. But the justice card is very much Libra balance energy of let me look at things from a higher perspective. What's really happening? We like in my podcast, we always talk about the human perspective and spirit's perspective. We see things from two points of view. This human's opinion rooted in fear and all the rules and things that we think are real that aren't, and then the higher perspective. We understand why humans do the crazy things they do out of fear, but then we understand why am I wanting to go through this, right? So there's very much this week feels like a time to step back and really reflect from a higher place, and you'll get a lot of clarity that will come in here. Yeah. And the devil card, here's that Capricorn thinking energy, which is about questioning long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, and to be able to release those too. That's interesting with that Mercury retrograde. It's very reflective energy too, with that Six of Cups on the bottom. And it is a time of things triggering things within us for us so we can be freed from it. It's not triggering to go, aha, look what you have in there. It's not torture. It's not meant to be torture, but it's meant to help free us by bringing it to our face. So this is a week of some good, spend some time journaling, reflecting, meditating, whatever you do to reflect upon things for growth. It's very important. All right, let's see here. What else we have here for your fortune cookie? You've got faith, trust that the universe has your back. Yeah, I love that. So that, especially with that career reading we had, just trust that you are cared for and what's meant for you will never pass you by. And if nothing happens to us in our life, it happens for us. We like to experience the victimhood of, oh God, why is this happening to me? But once we're done with that, we can come back to that trust that you are doing everything for me, not to me. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. Hello, hello. Hey, Maria P. Welcome, welcome. Let's grab your free reading. Add you onto the list here. I don't think anyone else came in here. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I got Livier on Z there. Boom, 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 boom. You're very welcome, Jojo. All right. And then Maria P, I think here. Yes. And so I did get your donation via the PayPal as well. So We'll add you to the donations. Where we're at on donations, we have got Just Alice next at Footwork 12, which is, I think, Valerie, and then Trampzilla after that, and then Maria, you'll be up after that. All righty. So we'll continue on down the list here. So Just Alice, you're at 46 minutes even here. Whoops. There we go. So here's your timestamp, and thank you for the mustache. I love that. Uh, and hello, hello to you. Good to see you. So you want to know, why is RJ not replying to you? How did he feel and think after you FaceTimed him yesterday? All right, let's take a look here. See what's going on with the RJ. So why is he not replying? All right, all of that to A. I think these are all your other questions here. Thoughts, yeah, 3 and 3. Yep, for feelings and thoughts after you FaceTime them. All right. Yeah. I tell you what, Alice, this is the reason we've got the Ace of Wands, which is new passion, energy. And I think we've talked before with RJ, right? How, because they bring this back to me about not all the eggs in the same basket. And I feel like they weren't replying because they were a little busy with um, what they're attracted to, a new attraction energy in their life here. The bottom of the deck, we have the Seven of Pentacles, which is a very slow moving energy. So their overall energy is not to move quickly. And underneath that, we've got the um, Knight of Wands. They call it the movement of wands in here, which is there's that energy, of, let me see how to say this. They're just very energetically active. Their passions take them in a lot of different directions, a lot of physical attraction, energetic attraction to a lot of individuals. It reminds me of, like, a little chihuahua who goes around humping people's legs. And I just gotta say it that way because it's like a little dog that's just so excited and so much energy. They're just and you're just like, "Stop," you know? But they can't help themselves at this time in their life. They're just so have so much energy, and they aren't able to give love from their heart, right? I think we talked about that too, that they've learned to express themselves through affection and motion, but not emotion. And that they feel like they have this fear that people leave and go out of their life because they can't give emotion. So that's why they don't have all their eggs in one basket, as they say. They have themselves split out because people are always leaving their life. So they always have someone in queue to step into an empty spot in their baskets, if that makes sense. Let's see what, after you FaceTime him yesterday, what were their feelings first? I haven't got that Leo energy. I don't want to be caged. I don't want to be controlled. I want to be free energy coming in here with that one. More Leo energy with the Sun card. So two Leos, I need to be seen. And this is the lower expression of Leo energy, because Leos are powerful individuals when they're in their higher vibration, because they can lead through example, and they have this attraction that they can really excite people around things that and make some positive changes, higher vibrational changes in the world. But when, like all of us that have a low expression, when it's in fear, it's look at me, I need attention, I need a lot of attention and affection, with all this fire energy that's coming in here too. Yeah, and the 5 of Pentacles. I think we talked around that with RJ too, right? About there's this fear of not being enough, not having enough, fear of rejection, fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, and I just talked about that, and there's that 5 of Pentacles. All 3 of those cards coming out together is, their feelings after they're done is, I'm not going to be able to be who you want me to be. And you're going to end up dumping me and saying I'm not enough, just like everyone always says. People put up with the non-emotional expression for a little bit because of the action and the passion and the actions that they do, and the draw. I mean, this Leo energy is like, if you ever watch Twilight, the movies, right? You have Edward the vampire, Bella the human, and she's really attracted to Edward, and he's really attracted to her too, but he thinks that she's just being drawn to him because that's how vampires are made. That's how Leos are made. Really, all fire signs have this attraction energy. Leos especially, they're usually quite beautiful with, beautiful hair, beautiful manes, and just beautiful, majestic energy that just draws in. But I feel like there is that kind of, they know that only for so long will people put up with not getting emotional um, interactions, and that's usually when. And I feel like that's the fear that came up in their feelings after you had FaceTimed. Thoughts around it. Um, what were their thoughts after they had ended here? Yeah, the High Priestess. This is that energy of wanting to pull away and go up into their temple to try to see things differently, do some self-reflection. They have movement of swords, which is again this energy, this quest to see things differently. Yeah, and the 10 of swords. This is the fear of so many expectations. I can't live up to it. It'll kill me if I try to live up to all these expectations. So there's this energy of, and I'm not sure what the conversation was about or what conversations you guys have had, but I feel like from their perspective, it's like, this is what I need from you. You're not doing this, you're not doing that, you're not contacting me enough, you're not, doing all these different things. And for them, that's the formula of being um, rejected, because I'm not gonna be able to live up to all those expectations. Even if you didn't or not, for some reason in their head, they feel like there's a great amount of that's there. And on the bottom of the deck here too, we've got the 3 of Cups, which is again third party, multiple loves and third party energies that come in there, which is just, really um kind of putting a nail in that coffin, that is what's happening. That's why they don't respond, because they are interacting with more than one person, 2, 3 people, usually at a time. 3 baskets is what I see, 3 of Cups, so it's like there's 3 people, but I know. Let's see here. Yep. Your fortune cookie talks about health, and it says, "Prioritize your physical and mental health. Choose you." It's kinda like this Empress, Queen of Pentacles energy, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy, which is do what's right for you, not what you feel, needs to happen in the outside world. You are the one that'll give you what you need. You're the one that's gonna feed yourself, not someone else. So, hopefully that resonates there, but that's what they have for you, just Alice. So hang in there, my dear. Many blessings. I know, man, I swear. All right, many blessings. All right. Yes, you will be up next here, Footwork. Absolutely. Hey, Debbie O, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. And we've got Lynn as well. Hello, hello. Good to see you. All right, let's jump in here. So, Footwork, which I believe that is, let me see, let me grab your timestamp here. All right. So let us scroll up here and give your donation a love and a like here. And it was up a little. You want to know, will your memberships increase? All right. We will dive in here. Let me just make sure. there wasn't anything else. I think you were just asking, yeah, where are you on the list? A great year fourth. All right, very good. All right. So let's take a look here. See what we've got here. So, based on current energies, will your memberships increase? Okay, well, it looks like that'll be yes or no. And then any advice they have for you as well regarding this situation here. Got this and these. All right, let's see what we got here. Well, I like the bottom of the deck just starting off right away because you've got the Earth Mother, which is the Empress. That's all about abundance, creativity, choosing from your heart, nurturing from your heart too. Yeah, and you got the 9 of Cups. It's like a dream come true energy. This is the first card that comes out, which was the one card answer of will your memberships increase? Yeah. It's gonna be like, yes, your dream come true kind of energy that comes in. An Empress on the bottom. What a combo that comes in here. So, and we'll do let's see here. Let's do we'll do a fortune cookie based on current energy, not a fortune cookie, one of these learning tarot which have dates and time frames and stuff on them. Let's see, based on current energies. When, right? It's like, will they? Yes. Well, is it 10 years from now or is it in a month, right? We want to know. So let's take a look here and see here. All right. So based on current energies, you do have the 9 of Wands every 2 to 3 days. That tells me here, whenever I get a card that has that kind of time frame on it, that is, it's all up to you, especially with the 9 of Wands. It's an energy of what's blocking me, right? What's keeping me from moving forward? Why hasn't it happened already kind of energy, right? Well, that's why that's good we asked advice on what else you can do here, right? And you do have the first card coming in with the advice is the Chariot card. It is movement energy. Um, it is very much power of choice energy too, which is a great thing. It's always a great reminder, and I feel like you know this already, but it's a great reminder for us when we realize that it's my energy, whatever choices I'm making each moment with my mental stories, my emotionals, emotionals, that's funny, my emotions that I'm choosing to feel, the energy that I'm focusing on in my physical actions, all of that is putting out energy that's drawing things back to me. And so when we look at that and go, am I focusing on what I'm grateful for? Am I focusing on unconditional love and joy and laughter and play and that? Because that is what draws in growth. That's what draws in more. But if I'm not grateful for what I have now, then I'm in a lack energy and I'm feeling like I don't have enough. I want more, I need more, I'm lacking, I don't have what I should have. And when we focus that energy on that, it actually pushes it more away, pushes it away from us. It's like chasing after a rabbit, it just takes off, right? But we want to lure the rabbit by gratitude and throwing it carrots, right? Not trying to capture it, but by sitting in the moment in gratitude, that's what draws more. So the more you're grateful for what you do have, then the more will come in. So that's good step 1. Step 2 is Spirit of Wands, King of Wands energy. So this is that also whatever I focus on is what I draw towards me, but it's also where I take my action. And the King of Wands is an energy of getting everyone else out of your head and all these self appointed advisors. Clear the throne room, realize I'm the one in charge. Life isn't, I'm not at the whim of the outside world. My energy, I'm driving the bus. Where do I want to go? How do I want to do it? And especially with all this creativity and choice energy, it's what do you want to do? Everyone telling you, everyone has an opinion, right, on what you should do or shouldn't do for your memberships. But there's this great energy of like, here we go. Let us, bring this forward um, from what I want, from my heart, not from the mind of supposed to be, but this is how I want to do this. And I'm putting a plan together and then I'm putting action behind it, right? So there is this in a way of, you know, not doing things because you feel you have to or supposed to, but you're doing it from your heart, right? There's a little bit of remember your why around this too. And it's very much this power of the entrepreneur energy that comes behind the King of Wands too. Yeah, and we do have here, I know, right? We got the movement of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles, with the Ten of Swords, slowest moving knight out of them all. And the Ten of Pentacles is about, I mean, the Ten of Swords is about letting go of expectations. Oh, like we talked about with that King of Wands, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be. Because the more we focus on expectations, that's what sucks the life out of things. Because, we're thinking it has to be here, I'm lacking, my energy's on lack, I get maintain and get more lack. It doesn't move me fast there. Gratitude, which is getting rid of expectations, focusing on what I do have is what propels us higher. So I feel like that's an important energy around that. Um, Hopefully that helps a little bit, but I like the outcomes here. It feels like it will. But the more, even you have the full card underneath here on the bottom of the deck underneath the Earth Mother, which is letting go of expectations and looking at the world of possibilities. That's what speeds things up. The more we let go of these anchors of expectations and timing and what does it mean if this does happen or doesn't happen, any fears we have, all that stuff weighs us down instead of, like propelling us forward. So good to know. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here around here as well. Yeah, you got believe, which says, have faith in your power to create your reality. Wow, you can't make that up. That's exactly everything we said. Your power, your energy to create your reality. So I love that. So that is what they have for you. Footwork. So many blessings to you. Hey, user PC, we're still on donations. Let's see, I've got 3 more donations to complete. And if no more come in, then I will start on free readings after that. So we've got a little bit yet to go. All right. And we have Minu popped in. Hey, Minu, good to see you. And let's get you onto the list here for the free list. And then Lynn, we got your general reading. We'll get you onto the free list as well. Tremso, if your Taco Bell order comes right before you begin, you'll be so grateful. Yo quiero Taco Bell. One day, Jojo, one day. You're so funny. Would you like me to wait, one, Trampzilla? Do you want me to wait until your Taco Bell arrives? I've got a couple more I could do if you'd like. Take a quick sip here. Oh, yeah, no problem. All right. Do you think we just reincarnate back here when you die? I don't think automatically. I think it's a choice, and we have a billion different expressions that we are of our higher self across all these dimensions, all these universes. So I don't feel like we're like on a automatic recycle. I feel like we choose our expressions and what we want to experience in each lifetime. I don't believe in this is not what I get from spirit, that we are needing to change and evolve to become something. We're more adventurers and journey. We enjoy the journey and the adventures of discovering more about who we are by seeing ourselves. It's like we're a perfect mountain and we wander around this perfect mountain as different expressions at different vibrations to see and explore who we are, not to become something more because we're already perfect. We're a piece of that higher vibrational creator energy. That it's more about exploration than it is achieving and becoming something more it's discovering the more of what we are kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what I feel from spirit. All right, Tremzilla. Well, let's dive in though. Come on, Taco. Yo quiero Taco Bell. So here is your timestamp. Thank you so much for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. So is Christ Oh, I'm sorry, it's Christ. Is Christ upset that you won't be moving to Indiana? I don't think Jesus really cares. But it's Chris. I don't know why I saw Christ. That's funny. Jesus. I tell you what. That I won't be moving to Indiana. All right. I'm just saying here, although you've been asking about other dudes, Chris, I was also seeing, and I felt like I was energetically pressuring me to give up my autonomy and benefits I have here to be reliant on him as a housewife. Oh, it's like he doesn't even know you. Let's take a look here. So, is Chris upset that you won't be moving to Indiana? Let's see what's going on here. So those will be feelings, and we'll look here at the thoughts. What are their thoughts coming in here, and then just how will this impact your guys' interactions? We'll look at that here. Yeah, I don't know. Pressure from our mutual. Oh, a mutual's too been an issue with marriage, and finally, plus. Yeah, right. Exactly. As this human, I don't think I would come back. Like, if we had to make the choice right now from our human perspective, I doubt any of us would be like, "Oh, yeah, I wanna come back into this human life." We're like, "No, no, 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 no. I wanna go off to somewhere else." But when we're in our higher self place where we're at, I feel like that's a clearer perspective. Um, we're so tainted down here as humans, and it's like um, we don't know the best for ourselves. From a human perspective, I'd probably say, "No, I don't want to do this." But then we're back on the other side and like, "Oh, let's do this again." Oh, but this time I want to be because we love exploration. And Earth is very the low vibrational energy of the earth is so delicious to higher vibration because it's like seeing this great the gap, the contrast, becomes so much there. So I like that. Well, I must be flushed. Look at how red I am. It's probably because the heater's on. All right. Well, let's take a look here. He claims that other people don't know you all the time, but sometimes I think he doesn't either, given the expectations. Yeah. All right. So let's take a look here, Tramzilla. The bottom of the deck, we do have the magician energy here, which is a good realization, a good energy of focus that, whatever I want in my life and whatever I'm focusing is what I draw into my life, right? And there's also a great underlying energy that I am complete. I have everything I need within me. But we have this human experience to feel like, what does it feel like to want or need something in the outside world? This unstable, temporary, fickle outside world that's constantly moving and changing that you can't depend on. Like we can when we turn inward and upward for our higher self, which is what this little infinity symbol is, when we're looking at that. So I do feel like here, there's this um I don't know, it feels like it's because we're asking about Chris, and I feel like a big piece of their mirroring that they're seeing is, that's one of the things that attracts them to, I feel a lot, is your independence, and they want that for themselves, but the thing is if we don't feel like I can obtain that for myself, I will try to obtain someone that has it and take it on as my own. It's like almost like a cannibal. If I eat them, then it's inside of me. They're like, if I have you as my housewife, right? That your independence then becomes mine. And then I have that feeling of strength that they sense from you. So that's interesting that that's there. But let's see here. What other feelings are they upset that you're not going? So emotionally, yeah, we have the Two of Cups. Yeah, they were really, really kind of. It's almost like it's exactly as I was saying, right? I need your blood. I'm going to connect, and I need you to put your blood through my heart. Blood transfusion. You're like, no, you're going to suck the life out of me. But I do feel like they have a strong bond with you emotionally. They do have the Spirit of Wands, the King of Wands here. This is them again. There's like this magician energy of I want. This is what I want, and so I'm the ruler of my life, and this is what I want. Kind of energy. I almost feel like they're not going to give up. I feel like they're like, well, that's no for now. Kind of energy. Through the disease of marriage. Some do, you know, an unhealthy marriage, definitely. Codependent marriage, definitely. There are some great marriages out there where people it's they're both filling up and the overflow goes to each other. They're not trying to siphon the life out of someone. It would be more it would be more like this, but this wouldn't be here. It would be them filling up and the overflow goes over and the overflow goes over. And it's above and beyond extra, not thinking that, you know, someone else is your everything. So I totally get where you're coming from with that though. So I don't feel like here with the knight, not the knight, the king of wands. I don't feel like it's they've given up yet. They're like, okay, you say that now, but not really, right? Yeah. And then the eight of swords, which is trying to let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve me anymore. So I feel like they're rethinking things, but I feel like it's more okay, what um I'm asking for too much. So what do I need to let go of to make it more um, enticing in a way? And what do I need to change about the deal, the contract? Because you're like, no. And so I don't feel like they're sad. I feel like they're disappointed, of course, but I feel like they're like, now I got to figure out. It's like they don't take no uh, very often or very well. They more kind of direct all the energy of sadness into, okay, let's see what I can do to get what I want, kind of energy. What do I need to do? What kind of deal, you know, what will have to, work and happen, right? So I feel like that's their heart. That's from their heart, from their mind. Let's see what their thoughts are. Yeah, they have the heart of swords. They're trying to balance their head and their heart. So, and it feels like again, their heart started to go. It's like when you're going to see a little baby cry and they're like, oh, you're like, here, have a sucker. And they're like, oh, and you stop them from crying. I feel like that's what their mind did to their heart. Their heart was starting to go sad, but the mind was like, no, 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 you don't need to be sad. We're going to figure this out. It's all okay. It's all okay, heart. It's all okay. That's what I kind of feel is coming in here with that. Yeah, the 9 of Pentacles, which is this energy of, give it time, um, that we're okay right now. Because the 9 of Pentacles is usually like a hermity energy, but it is about abundance in the outside world. And I feel like it's something about they want to look and try to understand like what your desires are in the physical world so that they can try to match that a little more. And again, that enticing energy. Okay, what would a full life, what is a physical dream come true for you? What would make that, you know, more enticing? Again, coming back to that word enticing. Yeah, and we got that Leo energy, that strength energy that's coming in here, right? Yeah, you've been the hermit. Yeah, and what is it going to take to draw you out of hermitude? It's like, I've been hermit and single and a monk for over a decade now, and I joke with my host um, because it's like we call it cost benefit analysis (CBA), which is what would it take for me to give up all of the happiness that I have? You want to date? Oh, the British Leo, right? You want to move to New York City? Yeah. So, you've already told him that you want to. Oh, you didn't tell him you want to date the British Leo. But there is this energy again of this. The Leo energy is attraction energy, and how can you draw him there? I feel like that's what he is looking here. How does this affect your guys' relationship? Again, they've got this Wheel of Fortune. They have this belief here of, the marriage card with the 4 of wands, which is also joy energy, and the Wheel of Fortune. It's interesting, and this probably is what you're looking at here too, is because you realize they're really fixated on abundance and the outside world a lot. Um, that's where they look for their security. It's where they've been taught, and it could be have come from their parents' relationship, or at least how their mom kind of interacted, because they think that what women want is security. So if I give them security, that's what you'll want, right? Yeah, yeah, because that's what women want. Women want security, and you're like, maybe if you read books from the 30s, yes, but you're in the wrong timeline, buddy. Um, so it does feel like they're going to continue to try to entice by with security and what can I show you? So I don't feel like they're going to take no for an answer right now. So I don't feel like they're sad. That was your original question. Are they sad or are they upset? No, they're just kind of recalibrating and regrouping. Um, they're not. I feel like they retreated for a moment, but just to regroup to come back in a different way. So yeah, your fortune cookie. Here, offering another gift. It's funny, it's receptivity. Be open to receiving love and abundance. But I feel like this is what they're wanting, because we're talking about their energy. They feel like you need to be more open to love and abundance. Look what I have to offer you. And I feel like it is almost like, this energy of, you know, I don't know, it's just this is of, like, someone coming to a king to offer, gifts to be able to wed the princess. It's like that kind of energy, and it's like, we're in, a new century. That don't fly no more, you know? So, yeah. And that makes sense. There is a lot of that, you know, all of our inner children want to feel safe and in control. And unfortunately, where we're at, well, it's not unfortunately, it's all part of our growth. But it's like where we're at in humanity is a lot of people are looking to the outside world, though there's a lot of people that are also awakening and enlightening to finding what they're looking for in here. But there still is a large population that are looking to the outside world for their fulfillment, which is part of the journey. Once we do all that, then you're like, ugh, then we turn inward and upward. Um, so everyone's at a different stage and on a different, kind of journey. So, you know, we can let them be and believe everything that they want, um, expecting them to be who you want them to be is the same thing that they're disappointed in you not wanting to be what they think you should be. So we get some good mirroring, right? Going, oh, you know what? I'm gonna let you guys be and believe what you guys want to believe, and that's kind of right. That has nothing to do with me, you know. In fact, your bravery and your courage to be true to yourself and not get into all that is actually inspiring, but it also ignites fear in other people because they're like, how can you rebel? Can I rebel too? And that's what it shakes their cage, going, wait a minute, I didn't even know that was an option. And now it opens up a whole thing, right? Oh, you're superstitious. Yeah, he doesn't have that much control over you, right? It's like you get to decide that. So, I like it. So that's what they have for you, Tramzilla. Thank you again for your donation. That's an interesting perspective there, user PC. All right, so let us continue here. So, Maria P, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp. Thank you for your donation via the PayPal. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, and you got it right that people can be intimidated, um, but we're not intimidating, you know. It's our fears, it's our own belief about our own self. Because we are intimidated as humans when we define ourselves by the outside world. That's retail price, and that's when we feel unstable. But once we find our true pricelessness and our worth on the inside, then we, definitely have that solid feeling. And it's like, yeah, you know, confidence um, is what causes people to be intimidated because they're just like, I want that confidence, but they're in that moment, they're in fear. So, yeah, yeah, interesting. All right. So, Maria, sorry, I got caught up here. Yeah. So, thank you again for your donation via the PayPal, and then we'll circle back around probably eventually for your free reading as well. So let's take a look here. What's Wally's thoughts and feelings for you? I'll check on that this evening. All right, so here's thoughts, here's feelings. So, what's coming towards you and Wally next week? So, based on current energies, all right, boom, boom, boom. That's Thanksgiving week still, right? Dark side update. I mean, let's see, when I told him about my ex-husband and how bad he is, does he like that I tell him everything? Okay, we'll take a look here. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I knew what you were saying, Tramzilla. um, and then anything Wally wants you to know. Does he love talking to you? All right. We'll take a look at those here. All righty. So let's see what we got here, Maria. So we've got thoughts. What are Wally's thoughts for you right now? Yeah. He does. This is a beautiful energy of the Empress, sensuality, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creation, abundance, harvest. Very good, higher vibrational energies that are there. So I do like that kind of energy, when we're talking about how someone is perceiving us. Of course, we always remember that whenever, we're wondering what someone is thinking about us, it's always through their own eyes. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So, and that's why people's opinions of each other fluctuate so much. Because if I'm in a bad mood and feeling sick, my opinion of people is not as high as it is when, from a human, you know, perspective, as when I'm joyful and full of life. I'm like, oh, I love everyone. When I'm grumpy, "Rah, everyone, rah, rah, rah," so that happens to all of us, right? So, but I love that they have this energy from their perspective. They're like, this feels abundant. I like what's going on here. Their feelings, yeah, they're ready for this death and rebirth, ready for a new phase. It's a positive energy, not an ending. I want this to end. Their heart wants to take things to a new level, a different level. It wants to progress, like the cycles of the moon, right? So, and some positive energy there. What's coming for you guys next week? You've got the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, there's a little bit of patience that's needed next week, and that makes sense because we know that it's going to be a full week for them with school and well, they might even be on break, but they've got a lot going on with family and friends and all this. So I feel like next week, just be prepared. You might have these feelings bubble up of being like they're trying to fit you in between the important things, but you are important. Just have patience with it next week. Kind of try to let the expectations go of, oh, should happen. This needs to happen, blah, 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 because that's just going to feel disappointing and feel lacking, right? Instead, just go, I'm grateful for anything that happens. And I'm just going to focus in on, my joy and my moments next week. You have the Heart of Wands, Queen of Wands. Yep. So this does have a lot to do with your energy. What unfolds next week, whatever you focus on, like we said, if you focus on gratitude for what you do have, you get more of it. You focus on what you're not getting, you get more not getting, right? And the Ace of Swords. So there is a lot of clarity that comes in next week, and that's a positive clarity. So I do feel like there's some good awareness that arises about you guys' relationship with one another. But it feels like it's a positive thing. It doesn't feel like, uh-oh. So relax. All right. Take a sip. Take a sip of coffee. Cheers. Cheers, Maria. Breathe. All right. Updates on the dark side is next. Yep, we've got here Innocence of Pentacles, Innocence of Cups. Yeah. It's like, don't worry, they're looking for the next stage here. Page of Pentacles is looking for they want new opportunities and higher love. And I feel like that's what the message is. They don't want to go back. They don't want to downgrade. They like this upgrade that they're in. So I like that. So smooth. When you told him about your ex and everything like that, how does he like telling him everything? Yeah. We have the Spirit of Wands here and the Ten of Swords too coming in here. So it's an interesting energy that we've got with this, because the King of Wands, the Spirit of Wands, is all about getting rid of all the expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and what do we want, right? And I feel like when you tell him everything, it helps him understand a lot of what you really want and what you don't want, because the things that you complain about, how bad they are, they realize like what your some things on your list of expectations is, and they realize, they didn't do this and they didn't do that and didn't do that. They're going, do I do this? Do I do that? Would I do that? So as you're telling them the things, they're kind of validating, do you think I'm good or bad? So as you're telling them all this stuff, they're wondering, are you telling me this for a reason? He gets into his head. That's funny. Are you telling me this for a reason? Are you trying to tell me that I do these things, or that you're hoping that I would never do these things, or you think I would do these things? So it gets him thinking. But he does enjoy it because he likes the information. Um, Anything Wally wants you to know? Yeah, I like this. Here's this the fear, of the tower of you suddenly leaving. It's still there below the surface. That moon energy is what's below, and that the tower card is the fear of sudden departure. And so I feel like they would want you to know one of my biggest fears is that you'll suddenly just decide to leave, like people have in his past, right? That's one of his biggest fears. So it's interesting. Does he love talking to you? Eight of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, the Seven of Swords. So, yes, with the Wheel of Fortune overall, of course, he loves talking with you. The Eight of Pentacles is, this part of creating and building something. The Seven of Swords, I feel like, because the Seven of Swords is like the thief, the betrayer, not the liar energy, but this is more the conflict. They enjoy talking, but they don't enjoy arguing with you. Um, they don't like conflict. Um, so when something starts to sound like an argument, that's when they don't like that. No, who does, right? But I feel like they're saying that, yeah, they feel like you're growing something together, you're talking. That's one of the things that they really appreciate is that you guys, can talk about things intelligently and deeply, and be transparent and talk about all sorts of stuff. But they don't like the arguing. Like we need to find, and we talked about this before, right? We need to find ways to communicate when we're starting to get upset instead of going from 0 to 100. It's like, let me breathe for a moment. Something is bubbling up inside of me. There's something that you guys can talk about, on how you can communicate with one another when you're starting to feel upset and you don't want to go into argument mode. It's like, can we take a moment? Because I feel like I need to talk about something. I don't know what this is bubbling up inside. It's something like that. And yeah, they like the harmony, your fortune cookie, which is cultivate harmonious relationships. You can't make it up. Literally what I was talking about. So there you go. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your donation. And I think that was it there. Yeah. So, and like I said, we'll circle back around for your free reading here in a little bit. All right. So up next, we have a additional donation from Johanna. So Johanna, look, 134.34. Boom, boom, boom. I think I did that right. So thank you for your additional donation. Let me remove this off of down here. There we go. And let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. And let's find you here. Yeah, yo quiero Taco Bell. All right. Let's see here, Jojo. Let me find your additional question, or did you, let's see here. Have those there, those there. Don't think that Let me just keep going down here. I don't think I see here. So let me get rid of this here. I think you might not have put your question. Your question. So let us. I'm just going to put this down here. All right, use your PC if you could keep it a little cleaner. Keep your hands cleaner too. We like to keep the higher vibrational energy. So, if you could, please. I'm just going to remove that off of here for now. But please just, be a little more appropriate there. All right. So, Crescent Moon, hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. We'll jump to you here in a moment. I have a great sense of humor. Not everyone does, so I just have to kind of monitor a little bit. I have the I have the sense of humor of a 7-year-old and an 80-year-old. I have a wide, right, very dark sense of humor to a very dad joke sense of humor. So I laugh. I like to laugh. So I'm glad you laughed too. So hey, Crescent Moon, I am doing well. Hope you're doing well. And then Johanna, if you're here, okay, good. I'm very glad for you. You're so funny. Uh, I'm just gonna see while I'm waiting for Crescent Moon. You're actually will be up next, Crescent Moon. Just gonna make sure here I didn't miss Johanna's second question here. Just to make sure here, just you're not a criminal. I get you there. Get you there. All right. Yeah, I don't think I have it here. So if you don't pop on before after I finish free readings, then we'll give you a general reading as per usual. And what we'll do here, just for the sake of time, so no rush, Crescent Moon. I'm just going to jump in here. Oh, never mind. Just as I say that, boom, you're like, bam. So read on the Sag. Absolutely. So let's grab your timestamp here. So thank you for your donation, Crescent Moon. Here is your timestamp for number 1. All right, and we'll take a look here. So today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Yeah, what is today? Today's Friday, right? I tell you, time is just flying by. I can't believe next week is Thanksgiving already. Third eye, private eye. Third eye is, psychic, right? It's the connection to the spirit world. And the private eye is a detective, right? Here in the United States, that's what they call a private eye, private investigator. But it's third eye, private eye, is like, because we can use the cards to find out what's going on with other people, to understand it, and not to blackmail them, but just to understand. So that's something that Crescent Moon, or if it wasn't Crescent Moon, someone mentioned it, but I like that. It's funny. Third eye, private eye. All right, so let's take a look here, Crescent Moon. So let's take a look here with Sagittarius for today. What's going on with the Sagittarian's energy for today? Right. And I feel like those two are below the surface. And then for tomorrow. Okay. I've got 2 and 2 again. And then for Sunday, we've got 3 for Sunday and 2. Nope. 4 underneath the surface for that one, as I almost lose the whole deck onto the floor. All right. So we'll see what's going on with the Sagittarius right now. Hey, Deb Deb, welcome, welcome. All right. So the bottom of the deck it feels like here the Five of Pentacles has to do with this kind of lack energy right now, and just feel like this is their energy over the next 3 days, where they're at right now. Anyway, they're kind of feeling like not enough, um, feeling like things are falling short in their life. It's just a lack energy overall of they thought they were going to get so much done by so much time, and now we're going into a holiday week, and they're just like, oh my god, I didn't get everything done that I wanted to. I'm not being going to be able to do everything that I feel like I should do. So they're kind of focused on the lack energy of all these expectations and how they're falling short, not everything that they've done kind of energy is where they're at. Let's see for today. We got the Heart of Cups and the Star card here. This interesting combo that I'm picking up with this energy here has to do with like, I'm really emotional in an emotional space around my dream come true. And I feel like that's where that lack is. I just feel like they're bummed. Like I thought by now I'd be able to, it's almost like thought I'd be able to boast a lot at Thanksgiving and have so much to be grateful for, but I feel like I'm not focused on gratitude. I'm focusing on, failure and lack energy instead. Let's see what's below the surface on this today, because I feel like here, yeah, movement of cups and four of cups. Yeah, there's this four of cups is kind of like this emotional stagnancy, and there is this, movement of cups is the quest of their heart. So all this emotional energy coming in today, it just feels like I don't know what moon are we in today. I don't know if the moon energy has anything to do with it, but I just feel like they're in this very emotional day to day. It's just like really bummed, kind of bummy energy that's coming in here, right? So, um, and we talked about the patterns, right? Because they'll drop down for a couple days, and then they'll Sagittarius themselves back up and and then crash, right? They don't it's the high high and low low, not the, so but usually they're running up here, but then they dive and they crash for a couple days, and then they build themselves back up and fly and then crash for a couple days. But um so nothing to I don't feel like they're suicidal or anything like that, just to say. But, I just feel like they're kinda just bummed and focused on everything that's not happening today. Tomorrow, yeah, we got the Devil card energy, the Capricorn, mental energy, and the Three of Pentacles. And I do feel like they're kind of getting out of their heart and into their head tomorrow, really buckling down, work, 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 work with this Capricorn 10th house energy with the devil card. Just really in my head, in my mind, go, 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 create, create. And I feel because it just feels like I'm being a worker ant, that's coming in here, right? Hey, user PC, if I could have you just limit your conversation about other people's readings, unless it's going to be a higher vibration. It's just like that's what we like on my channel here. So if you don't mind keeping it a little cleaner and a little more positive, I appreciate that. Um, Below the surface for tomorrow, yeah, they still have the Page of Cups energy, and we've got the Sage, the Hierophant, trying to see their dream from a different perspective here, trying to get happy in a way. I just feel like they're thinking that if I can get some leeway done and some work and some things, then I can, move forward and um, I can feel better. So I feel like they're trying to solve things from their head tomorrow by just trying to achieve things so that they can feel good. So I feel like they're really pouring themselves into, that energy there. So, you know. Oh, yep, yep, yep. Good self-awareness, you know? All right. And then for Sunday, let's see what comes in here. Yeah, we got there's a joyful celebration, the 4 of Wands, joy energy. Here's that. Here's the Wheel of Fortune. Let me focus on what I do have. So here's that, you know, uh, moving the energy up. And they've got the 7 of Swords. They're going, yeah, what is it? I feel like they're like, what are my thoughts and beliefs that steal my joy, that steal things away? That's right. Let me get out of that. I'm gonna, change. It's like the um looking in the mirror and going, I'm smart enough, I'm good enough, and darn it, people like me. It's that kind of, pumping themselves up. And like we said, they go down for a couple days in low energy and then they swoop back up, and that's where they go on Sunday here. Let's see what's below the surface. There is 4 here. Yeah. So they have the universe. They really are focusing in on this energy of um, success again, but it's the end of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Let me lighten up on myself. Why am I so tough on myself? Energy coming in here. The Heart of Pentacles. Yep. Bit of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So I do feel like they wore themselves out on Saturday trying to get a lot of stuff done. And then they realize I've got to enjoy my life too. And it's okay. So I feel like they're kind of taking some of the expectations away of like, I need to be here, and they're lowering it so they can feel better, which is good because really all those expectations are in our head about supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and blah, blah, blah. All these small t truths rooted in fear that suck the life out of things because we judge it and we try to, it has to be up here, and we're always running on below trying to catch up. Because when we have all these expectations, we have to do so much just to get back to zero instead of focus on what we're grateful for. Then it's about abundance, and it does change energy too. Yeah. And they have the 9 of Cups. Here's that star energy of the dream come true. And here's the 9 of Cups, this, you know, kind of battle between the head and the heart around their dream come true energy that's here too. So there's a little bit here of clarity and kind of reflection, I think, on Sunday. It feels like where, all right, my head wants this, but my heart wants this, as far as I feel like all this is focused in on job and what I own and what I have to offer kind of energy. Because I feel like that's the thing they feel most in control of in their life. The rest of their life kind of feels a bit out of control right now. So I feel like that's what's going on with them. Kind of feels kind of their patterns, but if that confirms your what you've been picking up as well. And let's see what the fortune cookie brings in. And we'll go on to your second question here. Oops. Let me just put these cards back in here real quick. I like putting them all in different places, so it's kind of like a shuffle. All the same cards don't keep coming out together. If they come out again together, then that's a message in itself, right? All right. So let's take a look here. What else here for your fortune cookie here? All right. Yeah, freedom. It was funny because I was thinking they're like a bird. Embrace the freedom to be yourself. Yeah, that's an interesting energy to have there. Because again, it's like an eagle that's flying above a storm, and then they'll swoop down, then they'll swoop back up above the storm for a little bit, and then they'll go down into the storm and go back up. So that's the kind of energy that I'm picking up there. All right. So that's for number 1 there. So thank you for that, Crescent Moon. And then for number 2, Let's grab your second timestamp here. There we go. So thank you for that. I love that third eye. So, a reading on the Sagittarius for the rest of November, the beginning, mid, and end of December. Also, energy check on communication. What will the communication look like? All right. And was this in relationship to you for the rest of November, beginning and all those times, or is that just what's going on in their life? And then add in the energy of communication and what would it look like? I think that's what I'm picking up, but just to make sure. Because I'm sure it'll come out in all that anyway. So let's see here. The rest of November for the Sagittarius, what's happening? And anything that's happening between the two of you. We'll have that too. Right, just that. And then the beginning of December. Okay. The middle of December. All based on current energies, right? And then the end of December. Going into the new year. Can you believe it? I can't believe it. It's already the new year coming up. And then I feel here anything underneath the surface for November. Okay, so one for each November, middle, and where you got the end energy. Yeah, they are reaching this point here. I mean, just their overall energy for that periods we're talking about. We have the 10 of swords, which is an energy of, they're not dead. They're, as I pick a piece of lint off me, I'm like, it's all the nitpicky. They're just like, I'm getting tired of trying to please everyone else. They're getting to this place of, I'm just done. I'm just tired of trying to please everyone else, trying to live up to all those expectations because it's exhausting. That's why this rat is not dead. It's just exhausted trying to live up to all these expectations. So there is this kind of building that's going on with them that they're ready to like kind of let go of these things and zoom zoom zoom, right? Yeah, right. Going by so quick, I can't believe it's almost the end of the year. All right, so for the Sagittarius for the rest of November, we do have the Heart of Wands and the Movement of Pentacles. Yeah, it's interesting because the Knight of Pentacles, the Movement of Pentacles, slowest moving knight out of them all. The Queen of Wands is fire, movement, making things happen. So what I got, the reason I kind of chuckled is because there's like this someone trying to learn how to drive a stick shift. Vroom, zzz, vroom. It's like you go and then vroom. And it's like they go fast and they slam on their brakes and they go fast and they slam on their brakes and they go, yeah, because then it goes slow. It's like it speeds up and then it slows down. Then it speeds up and it slows down. And it speeds up and it slows down. Just all this energy that they're doing. And I feel like that's what's starting to frustrate them a lot is that energy, right? Underneath that, yeah, we have the Seven of Swords. So here's that what they got for this Sunday, which is a lot of that energy of letting go of a lot of these expectations, and that's why they feel like they achieve things and then they feel like they're not achieving anything, and then they feel like they achieve and then they feel like they don't achieve. So all that energy is what these next 2 weeks have is like I'm progress moves fast and then it slows like down to a snail's pace. And that's that whole up and down fast and these extreme energies that are happening for the rest of this month. I'm not getting communication here. I just feel like again they're just very hyper focused, part of their ADHD or ADD into this go energy. When we hit the beginning of December, so December, these cards like we do, it'll be week 1 and week 2. The middle will be week 2, week 3, and then the last one will be week 3 and week 4. So the middle cards kind of overlap the beginning and ending. So there's kind of transformational energy that comes in with that there, right? Um, the beginning of December got the 7 of Wands and the 10 of Cups. So there is a bit of that energy of I got to be true to my authentic self and what is my what brings me joy? What do I want to do? So very Sag energy coming in the first couple weeks, which is that their birthday? Sagittarius is November 29th to December 29th. So is that the week of their birthday? The weeks of their birthday? Because I feel like it's really about all about me and me being me and joy, 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 and we're a lot of joyful events coming in here. Um, the underlying energy there is the Four of Cups, but it is a bit again emotionally stagnant with that period here. Because I think what do they have like as they go in here, I feel like there's this celebration energy that's coming in the first couple weeks of December here. Um, I want to pull a card here for communication about what is the communication and what would the communication be like and the timing of communication. I just want to pull a card for all of that here because I feel like something around the birthday just feels like here. Yeah, we got the King of Pentacles, December 22nd to January 19th. We got the Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn period here with this King of Pentacles. So I feel like we'll probably get that, of course. Then the last week here is probably where this is going to show up. But it feels like they get caught up in everything else. So I tell you what, I know keeps getting like changed and changed and changed and pushed out and pushed out and pushed out kind of energy with all this. But I feel like part of this, uh, it's kind of like a Knight of Pentacles energy for you that's going on because it's like all this stuff that they're getting in and they get distracted and there's a bright shiny thing, squirrel psh, squirrel psh, squirrel psh. That's the life that you'd have to be used to with them, right? And I feel like um it's also giving you time to reflect and to look at your energy to where and we'll see what happens here because the King of Pentacles kind of energy. The conversation is all about fullness of life, and this is what a full life would look like and mean, and da 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 da. But that's what they're communicating, what it would look like for them. And I feel like they're very focused in again when we're talking about, I think in their first reading about abundance and fullness of life, and this is what needs to be in place for life to be successful. Here's this list of successful job and this home and financial security and this and that and then having someone to share it with and it's like it almost feels like a position rather than how when we're out living our passion and we're living and loving life and doing what we love and then we bump into someone who's also doing the same and there's a spark and then a relationship like organically grows together. This almost feels like a little bit of transactional or like I'm looking for a position for someone to fill this needed position in my life because they're in that mode right now. So interesting. We'll see what else comes in here. Middle of December, we've got the Hermit and the Universe. Yeah. So a lot of this being alone and the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, letting go of a lot of it, and that's the letting go of these expectations, and because that's the last card in the major arcana, which we then circle back around to the full card, the 0, which is an energy of, um, possibilities and seeing how things, unfold, right? And so I feel like this is the period where this 10 of swords really hits them, where they're just like, "I'm tired of trying to live up to everything. What do I want?" kind of energy. And they do I feel like they kind of step back a bit. Yeah, underneath the surface, we do have the temperance energy too. So the balancing of the scales, the trying to understand here, which is actually Sagittarius energy, the temperance. What do I want? Not what is I think I'm supposed to want, but what do I really want? So the balancing between the head and the heart and this alchemy of what do I want to create? Three major arcana in the middle of December. So I feel like they're in a way almost like I don't know, like not an identity clarity, not identity crisis, but identity clarity. I'm like, what is it that I want to do? Kind of energy. So I feel like the second and third week of December is when they really get hit with this epiphany where they were like, I'm just tired of trying to do everything and nothing's feeling. And especially with that Four of Cups, which is a stagnant emotional energy. In the first and second week, it's like all this stuff that's supposed to make me feel full of from the outside world isn't, and I feel like that's turning them into this, reflective energy. So, it's very interesting. And then the last week of December, you got the Spirit of Swords. There's the Queen of Swords, balance between head and heart, and the Spirit of Wands. So, that's the, King of Wands, which is an energy of, all right, what is it that I want? Clearing the throne room of all the chatty people with all their opinions, and then deciding what it is I want, and then I, um, put a plan together, and then I take action, which makes sense going into the new year. They're really trying to figure it out what it is that they do want, coming in here. Yeah, and you can't make it up. I mean, this is when we said the King of Pentacles and the communication would happen. We do have the Lover's card and the Six of Cups. Here's the return of an important relationship in their life, right? This communication about, you know, this is again, it feels like they start off talking about, look what's going on in my life, and how are you, and what's been going on in your life, and it's like this is this kind of energy why I feel like that's when they trigger that communication, but it feels like it's not a, you know, "I want you back and I love you and let's run off and get married in Vegas." It's not that. It's more of a little sticking my toe in to find out where you're at in life, to kind of see how I feel in that, kind of, um, in the situation. Do I feel the same? How have you changed? Have we changed? That kind of energy. But it feels like that, for that last piece of time there. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in too. Oh yeah, no problem. So, when there's kind of two ways we go about finding love in our life, right? We can go about it as like we're filling a position in a corporation, right? Like in order for me to feel complete, I need to have someone in my life that, this is what who the person is, what they can bring into the relationship, blah 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 blah. Because here's the job description. This is what they need to be for me and what they need to bring to the relationship, and blah blah blah. Right. So all the qualifications, we all have that starting off, right? We all grow up with all these opinions. You're supposed to find love, and this is who they're supposed to be. Here's the job. Everyone should have an accountant, and this accountant should have this degree and these skills, just as an example, right? Blah blah blah. But instead, it's a mate. This is who your mate should be, and so we all think there's this long list of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and blah blah blah. So we're not. That's our mind going. All right, I need to have someone. So here's the ad in the paper, which we sometimes people go onto dating sites or whatever, right? And then we do interviews, dating, and we do background checks, checking their social media. Who are they talking to? If we know mutual friends, inquiring, right? That's the background check. So it almost feels like a work, like it's a position to be filled in our life rather than, you know, we're not worried about filling a position. We're just living our life, living our passion, doing things we love, doing spending time with people we love, just going and enjoying life. And then we bump into someone that's also doing something they love and it happens to be the same thing. Like going to a pottery place to create pottery, like a pottery's wheel and clay and all that. And they're there too, and you start up a conversation and there's a spark and it's like da, 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 hey, I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee, and it organically grows without an intention by enjoying each other versus the intention is to get through the hiring process to get you hired, get you through HR, you know, get you into this position to find out um really you lied on your resume and now I need to fire you. You know, kind of energy. Where you how it relates to you, it doesn't really relate to you as much as it has to do with where they're at in their life in feeling like I've got to fill these things in my life. And I think you would be a good candidate for this position if you're interested. Um, you know, if you want to submit your application, we can go through the interview process, you know, it's kind of like that rather than, you know, that they're coming from an emotional place. Yeah, as an adventure instead, because that's what we got for the fortune cookie. You know, instead of it being like, what's going to happen? You know, it's this free openness instead of this, you know, this is how things are supposed to go kind of energy, which is interesting that this other is more Sagittarius, the adventure energy. But for some reason, they're really, and it could be depending on their moon and, you know, other things that they have here, right? Yeah. So it feels like this. It's just where they're at in their life. I don't feel like it's changed with you, you know, and that's what we're talking about here is it's where they're in their life that they're really at this place of like, I've got to make something with my life. And part of that is to, you know, have someone in my life too. And so I don't feel like that's why I feel like they said it doesn't have to do with you. It has to do with where at in their life. Um, But I feel like that's why they kind of are approaching it differently instead of being like, the true Sagittarius. Well, it's not Sagittarius is a little more they enjoy the journey. Aries are more, you know, "Let's go," before they think. Sagittarians do think a little more before they leap, but I do feel like they're doing it here as well. So, that is what they have, Chris. I mean, so hopefully that helps, but it feels like the communication does happen. And that could change, you know, like I said, that's based on their current energy and that can kind of you know, change going forward as well. So that is what they got there for you. Crescent moon, hopefully. Okay, good. I know it's like trying to explain what I'm feeling and picking up is sometimes challenging. So thank you uh, for your patience with that. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. So we've got Mama City. Mama Sita. Yeah, Mama Sita. Site. I love it. Hello, hello. Good to see you. So thank you so much here for your donation. You actually will be up next here. We're like right in alignment here. Um, and if I gonna be headed in here to 2.5 hours. We will start on free readings at around 2.5 hours in as well. So we'll do that here. Let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive in. All right. hey, hello, hello. I know the YouTube has changed their, the way they do things with a little at sign. So I'm seeing like the user ID instead of the name I know a lot of people by. So good to see you. All right. Well, let's dive in here. So let's grab your timestamp first here. So thank you so much for your donation. And we'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. And you want to know, what did the blue hat man not why did they not ask for your number? That's almost like the one-armed man from a movie, right? Why did the blue-hatted man not ask for my number? Let's find out the mystery here. All right. Yeah, in the chat they have, like, if you click on someone's name, takes it to their channel, and then you see the original name, but in the chat, it's like that user ID identifier. I think it had something to do because I researched it going, "Why did they do that?" Um, but everyone always has their reason, and it's because they had a lot of people pretending to be other people. Because everyone could use the name Bretta Zen as their main number, but their identifier, this one that they use now, the at sign, can't be the same. So that's why they're like, because people were pretending to be other people in chats, and there's a lot of complaints and all sorts of fun stuff, right? Oh, how nice. Paid for your parking, but didn't ask for your number. All right, well, let's take a look here. So why didn't they ask you for your number? The generous person. Okay, I got this and this. All right. Well, it's interesting. On the bottom of the deck, they've got the Two of Wands energy, which is an energy of like a choice energy with the wands. So I feel like they went back and forth in am I or not I? Am I or not I? Right. So let's see here. We do have three cards and then one card and then two cards, which is an out of order, right? Usually it's one, two, three, or three, two, one. And I kind of feel like they tend to leap before they think. And I feel like they're in this, I don't know why. It's like I'm trying to change my behavior. Normally I would, but I held myself back, but I wanted to, but I didn't. But I wanted to, but I'm like, no, let's not rush things because I always get into trouble when I think before I leap. I leap before I think. Now I want to think before I leap. And uh, so I feel like that's kind of some energy. Oh, yeah. So let's take a look here. Yeah, so we have the movement of cups. So that's the knight of cups, the movement of emotion that's coming in there. The hanged man, yeah, the loading, slow, slow, seen from a different perspective. So we do have that the romantic was reaching out, and the star card to balance energy with the star card coming in here. Aquarius energy, containing their emotions in a way like a water bearer, Aquarius energy. Um, so I like this. They're just like there's this. It's funny that a lot of these cards have blue in it too, but I feel like they were like, no, okay, no, 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 no. Let's do it right and in order. Let's see if it's almost like they left it up to fate. Like if it's meant to be, we'll bump into each other again, kind of thing. So let's see what else is here. In the middle, we got the Seven of Swords. Yeah, there's a lot of this fear of deceit and betrayal that they've had, and that makes sense. Like I said, they would leap before they thought, and they ended up with people who were married, and they ended up with people in relationships, and they didn't know it, and there's a lot of deceit and things that came in with all that, right? Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. So I feel like they've had that experience before, and that's why they um were like, no, I gotta break my cycle kind of energy that was coming in here. Yeah. And then we have the two of swords. Yeah, which makes sense here. They thought twice because of their heartbreak and because of their disappointments and stuff they've had in the past. But I do feel like they are like, all right, you know, powers that be, if this is meant to be, we'll bump into each other again. But they still wanted to do something to share stuff. Um, and um, but I feel like they're leaving it up to fate kind of energy. That's pretty interesting. But all these twos, this is that torn between acting and not on it, but then they opted because of all this, you know, deceitful experience and heartbreak and disappointment of the past that they not with you, of course, but just because of their experience, they're like, you know what? I do not know what's good for me, obviously. So I'm going to do this act of kindness, and then we'll see what happens. And so I feel like they're leaving it up to um, kind of to fate, like I said. Interesting, right? So let's take a look here. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too, right? Can pay it forward. Hey. All right. So your fortune cookie, yeah, we got a harmony card coming in here. It's create harmony in your relationships and surroundings. So I like that. Just it's almost like that's what they're confirming here too, of just let the harmony, just let it be. It's like, yeah, let's leave it up to the fates and see if you guys bump into each other again. You're like, I'm just gonna go with it. So I like that, you know, spirit wanted to let you know that, yeah, they wanted to. That was their urge. And then they were like, you know, um, this never works out well for me. So I'm trying to make a change. Right. Let's see here. Stop. There it goes. So you didn't think much of it until the guy randomly popped into my head Wednesday. I met him on Saturday. I've been very center of myself. So when he popped in my head, it was like, whoa, yeah, it's interesting, right? But it's good to go. All right, and it's a big. We're in the Mercury retrograde, big reflective energy that's coming in here too. So there's a lot of that. Okay, what brought that up, right? What brought up the popping up in your head to look at and go, okay, yeah, I'm gonna release it to the universe. I like that you're focusing on yourself and centered in your energy. So I love that. Yeah. Otherwise, you'd have been thinking about them all day Saturday, all day Sunday, all day Monday, Tuesday, right? But you're just like, oh, just out of the blue. Wow, look how far you've come. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. So that's what they got for you, Mama City. So many blessings to you. Yeah, I love it. I love it. How everyone has opinions on life, right? But what's great is that everyone has opinions and we don't have to listen to anyone except for ourselves. So I love that. Everyone's sharing stuff going da 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 da. Da, and it's good. Everyone, we have a safe space here to share things, but we do want to keep it kind, everyone. So, just know that everyone has good intentions, in what we're saying to each other too. So, hey, Marie Celentine, welcome, welcome. Let's see where we at. We're at 220. Yeah, fun times. Yeah, right. Yeah, it definitely is. We don't bump into anyone by accident, right? I mean, there's this lifetime isn't like a, oops, how did that happen? The universe is like, oh, I got surprised. Where we see our complete possibilities of our life, and every experience that we is for us in some way, somehow, always. We can trust that. It's just a matter of us seeing it and kind of stepping back and trying to see it from a higher perspective. Because there's two perspectives by which we experience life, right? We experience it through the human viewpoints, all our conditioning of growing up, all those experiences we had, all the fears, all the, punishment and praise and everything we did. We see it through the human and through why the human does what it does. But then there's always the thing behind the scenes, below the surface of why we wanted to experience it. So it's a wonderful adventure as we, at some point, while we're living, we'll understand some of it. Some of it we'll never understand why until we're back on connected fully to our higher selves and we're like, oh, that's right. That's why I wanted to experience that. So fun, fun. So thank you guys so much for all of your love and support of one another too. I know sometimes we each of our opinions can start feeling a little conflicting. So if we just take a breath and take a step back and realize we're all here to love and help one another, but conflict with one another also is how things change too. So I like that. All right. So Crescent Moon, thank you for your additional donation as well. And then Mamacita, we will circle back around to you two here in a moment. Um, in about probably here, I'll probably finish Crescent Moon's third donation here. And then I'm going to be at about 2.5 hours. And I step away from donations for like 30 minutes and I go through and complete free readings for about 30 minutes. And then I go back to donations to finish those up. So I will most likely hear, and I'm so sorry, Mama Sita. You're like, will we be able to encounter each other again? You're like, no, I want to know now. But we'll probably end up circling back in about 30 minutes after I finish Crescent Moon's additional one here, because it'll be about that period of time. So we will get to everyone tonight, but I do that to make sure we get to at least some free reading. So, all right. So, Crescent Moon, thank you so much. Let's grab your third timestamp here. My goodness. So, thank you for your multiple donations this evening. Here is all your timestamps. And so now the previous read has you curious. I know, right? They're just like, okay, opening up another curiosity. So, a deep dive read on what transpires between Sag and you in the new year, right? All right. So, very good. We'll take a look here. See, based on current energies, what is unfolding here and what they'd like you to know. I'm just going to shuffle these up here. All right. So, for 2026, I can't believe it here. So, what transpires here? I feel like we want to kind of do a little bit of a month by month for the first 6 months. Kind of a little tidbit here that unfolds here. And we will see what this is here. Well, we got the bottom of the deck. The whole 6-month period of the first 6 months is the star card. This is one of those wishing upon a star, dream come true energies that comes in here. So it's a card of hope as well. But so we'll see what this brings in here. I mean, that seems pretty positive. Let's take a look and see what we got here. So we start off with the high priestess in January, which is a big reflection period. It is going into the high priestess temple, trying to see things from a higher perspective and gaining some clarity. A lot of emotional reflection, connecting with spirit to, understand things. Um, so it's very much a feeling of being to oneself a bit in January. Um, but but it's so I don't feel like there's like this togetherness energy, but I do feel like there's a lot of reflection going on in the first month of 2026. And the high priestess also, um like the moon card, they're the revealer of secrets. Not that there's secrets being kept, but it's the revelation of things, right? It brings light on things that maybe are below the surface, so it does rise above and, come up there like that. Um, and so I don't feel like it's like, oh, finding out, oh, they had an ex-wife in another state and have 6 children with them or anything like that. It's nothing like, "Oh my god." It's more understanding of oneself, understanding of the other person. I don't feel like it's so much about events or things that unfolded or blah blah blah, more about what's going on inside of ourselves and what's going on inside of the other person. So more of that kind of revelation that's coming then, that right? um so and then February, yeah, more kind of transformation energy with the hanged man, seeing things from a higher perspective. There's a little bit based on current energy, there is slow roll because the hangman is one of those pausing cards, where things are transforming, things are not like moving. Like I said, it's not like we're going to Vegas and getting married, kind of thing. It feels like it's more getting to know each other, kind of more energy, more again in a cocoon of transformation and understanding of oneself. And both of these are about seeing things from a higher perspective. And there are these three major arcana so far. So it does feel quite transformational 2026 for you overall. As you get into March, we have the Two of Wands. So March feels like when decisions come in here with the Two of Wands. Two of Wands is plans, um, deciding which route we wanna go. Usually it's someone standing there with a world in their hand and there's a ship and it's about where are we gonna go to next? What's next? And the decision making, and I feel like it's independent decision making, what I wanna do, them decide what they wanna do, and then how does that impact us kind of energy. Let's see where this goes here. This will, I think, as we go here with these next three cards, it'll tell us more about that. But yeah, you got April. You have the Four of Wands, which is joy and celebration. This is a marriage card. Then you run off to Vegas and get married by Elvis. I'm not sure that is what that is, but I think it's kind of a ha 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 funny funny. But it feels more like joy and stability and a joyful celebration energy. So I feel like the decisions that are made at this point, it does feel more joyful and it does feel, you know, um, in that way. And even have like, two sunflowers together, which is a nice card, nice energy there. So um I really don't think it's Elvis. But then the 5th month comes in, you've got the Earth Mother, the Empress, which is, birthing of new things, harvest, abundance. Again, another fortunate, bright card, and another major arcana. Um, so it does feel like there's this growth and this nurturing. Sometimes it's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, but I didn't get that right away. I got more of the harvest and the birthing of things and the growth of things. So it does feel like it might be a slow start for the year, but March feels like a big turning point that leads into more happier things here. And then June, you have the Six of Wands, another joy and celebration and victory energy. So we definitely have these, right? Oh, you did? I don't remember that, but that's funny. So maybe it is. Maybe it is April. An April wedding in Vegas. Let's go. Yeah, it's not too hot in April. It's definitely not cool, but it's definitely, not as hot as, like, June where it's 120 degrees in the shade. I lived there as a young child and visited there once. It was like, "Oh my gosh," just for a year. Um, so it seems here that there is this progression here. Whatever happens in March, which, I mean, I feel like no matter whatever choice you make, you're gonna end up being happy because all this energy is, it's about what's going on between the 2 of you, but there's this energy of, whatever you choose in March, you're gonna feel joy and happiness and harvest and victory. So I like that kind of energy that comes in here. But I like that hope. I love this, you know, true heart dream come true kind of energy. And whether that means, you know, coming together with the Sagittarius or realizing, and then that creates the space for you to be like, wow, with someone else. So, um, right now it feels like togetherness for you guys, but I would jokingly say, yeah, it seems like to be there's this, you know, maybe that's their, Sagittarius, let's just go energy. They're like, oh, I don't want a long drawn out wedding. Can we just go? Gonna have a party later. But very interesting energy. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. Just to see what this kind of brings in here. Whoa, right. Yeah. Yeah, I like this. We've got the mindfulness, which says stay present and aware in this moment, which makes sense. And I know we would like to know the future, and we know the future is so fluctuating and especially with the ADD, we know that it's like taking a screenshot and the moment can look different in 10 minutes with them. But that's a lot of what teaches us. We get caught into the future and wanting to know the future when we have our happiness based on a future outcome and attached to a future outcome instead of, but if we can't be happy alone and if we can't be happy in this moment, we can never be happy with someone else or in the future because there will always be something more, right? And that mindfulness of which is great for us all is to learn to be here now in gratitude for what is, knowing we have everything we need inside of us right now. Everything else is above and beyond extra. And when we're in that space of gratitude in the moment, that's what opens us up to receive more. But if we're kind of attached, and this is not specifically towards you, Crescent Moon, just for us all, is, if I'm focused on a future moment of I can be fulfilled then I feel like I'm lacking right now. And then with my lack energy, I push things away myself and invite more lack and that lower vibration. So one of the greatest gifts that we can give ourselves is to learn to be so happy with who we are in this moment, with gratitude, not worried about the future, not focused on the past, but really being present in the moment. It just changes everything. So I like that. Yeah, that's funny, right? Yeah. They like Elvis for some reason. You're like you're Sagittarius, they realize their dream. I wanna be an Elvis impersonator in Vegas at a wedding chapel. Oh, well, you go do that. You enjoy. Too funny. All right. So that is what they have for you, Crescent Moon. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And thanks for your sense of humor and all your donations and love tonight. I really appreciate that. So grateful. All righty. So I am just a little past 2.5 hours. So I will come back to Mamacita and Johanna, Jojo. I have those two donations that are currently outstanding. So I will complete and finish those for sure. But in the meantime, I do want to do at least 30 minutes of free readings, and we'll see how many we have done. If I have any left over, then I might, after I finish donations, I might come back and complete all the free readings too. But we'll see where the energy is at that point. But let's dive in. So up first, we have musical beer. You are up at 236.36. Look at that. All right. Need like a general for next week. These do go a little faster, everyone, just so you know. They're just 1 to 2 card readings. We don't dive as deep, of course, as we do in donations. So let's take a look here. Got 2 cards. Boom, boom. So, general for next week. Wow. A lot of emotional energy with the moon and the 7 of Cups coming in here. So, there is quite a bit of, I feel like, emotions bubbling up this next week. I mean, we just are coming out of a new moon in Scorpio. So, even though we've entered happy birthday, all you Sagittarians, we've entered Sag season. Um, yeah, because it's November 20th through December 20th. So we've got that time coming in. Um, but I do feel like there's this bubbling up of emotions below the surface. The 7 of Cups is just, there's all this different emotions that it feels a little bit, clouded and foggy, which represents a little bit of emotional confusion, but it's more of that there's a lot of emotions to feel. This moon rolls over our emotions, right? And so I feel like there is this energy of like, whoa, a lot coming in. Um, and so I feel like it's important to feel the emotions, don't push them down. You don't have to act on the emotions, but feeling them is important. Um, and even if you have to take a little step away to breathe and to feel the emotions, if we feel an emotion at only 90 seconds, we've gone through the emotion throughout our body. If we push it down and suppress it, then we loop it and we continually feel it. So it's actually best for our human body and emotional body, mental body, all of it to flow and allow our emotions to flow. But like I said, it's not about acting on the emotions and getting angry and punching someone or, feeling sad and bursting out crying in a staff meeting or, in a conversation with someone, but it's allowing ourselves to feel the emotions. And if tears need to come, tears, laughter, joy, it's all of the emotions. Allow yourself to feel emotions this week, I feel, is the big message that's coming in there. All right. So that's what they have for you, musical beer. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Patricia. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And a general message for next week on your hotel stay, especially, right? Vacation. So tell us, what can we know based on current energies for next week? Yeah, got the 8 of Pentacles, the 7 of Swords. Yeah, there is this energy. The 8 of Pentacles is a little bit of putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. You get to see the rewards. So I feel like part of this with the 8 of Pentacles is about, you know, seeing because a beaver, they're showing me like a beaver has created the dam, and then they're just kind of going, Look what I created. Okay, this is great. So it's like kind of a sit back, look at how far you've come. So I feel like it's a big kind of reflective week, with this little vacation hotel stay kind of energy that comes in here. First, I was going to go, is it about work? Are you going to do a working vacation? But no, they were like, no, it's that sitting back and looking at, look how far you've come. Celebrate your journey, your achievements, because the 7 of Swords is a little bit of reflective energy too, because with the 7 of Swords, that represents deceit and betrayal and thievery and blah, blah, blah. But it, um, can be us looking and seeing what of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets have cheated me out of things. And look how far I've come. That's like that reflective energy of, look, like before I would have let these things steal my joy, steal this, but now they don't bother me. I make a choice that I'm not limiting myself by these things. So it feels like, you know, be aware of, you know, before you sign anything, be aware, um, I don't wanna create any fear or anything. It's not like, "Oh, beware, someone's gonna betray you." It's more just be aware that there's things are not quite as they always seem, and so just go in with your eyes wide open and you'll be fine, but don't sign anything without reading it. Um, but it feels very a very reflective time, for you here, and I feel like that's their energy is just look how far you've come and kinda, just I feel like it's your spiritual posse giving you fist bumps and high fives and group hugs, um, and I like that for you. So it feels there might be a couple of opportunities to, um, where before it would have really irritated us, like if there's a delay in a flight or there's like a line checking in or someone struggling checking you in or, there's something like it's like before it would have been like, oh my God, don't you know what you're doing? Or, oh my God, why is this happening? Instead of, I feel like you're kind of just flowing with things. Whereas before it would have really irritated you. Now it's like going with the flow kind of energy. So I like that for you too. So that's what they have for you, Patricia. Many blessings to you. Right. Then we have Touch O Love. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And what's coming towards you that you should look for? All right, let's take a look here. What's coming towards you that you should not miss? Let's take a look here. Let me just. A man in a blue hat. Just kidding, Mamacita. She's like, what? It was from an earlier reading. So let's take a look here. So, what should you look out for? Okay, not those. This one here. Yeah, you got the the Sun card coming in here, and the Movement of Cups. You know, this energy here, it doesn't feel like romantic for me here. In fact, the Sun card is really bringing in this Leo energy of the inner child, but it's not your inner child. It's like a child, and the Movement of Cups has to do with this, it's the quest of self-love. So I mean there's this separate little energy of yeah, turning inward, nourishing your inner child, embracing your inner child. That's a wonderful things to do, right? But I feel like they're really saying here, so what's coming towards you that you should look for? Look for children. Look for children. And and well, I mean, keep your eyes open anyway. I'm like, I don't feel like it's a child running in front of your car. I feel like they're coming across your path. And I feel like, in fact, this entire week, all the way through Sunday of next week, watch children because I feel like you're such a big bundle of love and you probably get along really good with children. Um, but I feel like, and if you have children of your own, this isn't, well, it can be your own children too. But this is more about looking at children and trying to see it from their perspective and see them. It's like children. need to be seen by you this week. And whether it's just going, "Oh my god, you have such a cute little shirt. I love that." Saying it to a little stranger in a grocery store, they're with their parent, of course. They're not like, stranger danger," but there's this, really paying attention to them. And I feel like it's an important thing this week because I feel like you make such a difference and you don't realize the difference you make. Just that little you paying attention to a child, they're like, wow, and it stays with them the rest of their life. So I love that for you, Touch of Love. So that's what they got for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Rabia, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So tell me something about my husband. We've been fighting for 2 weeks. Yay, you've locked yourself in your room. Does your husband regret that he cheated on me? I want to leave my husband. We did answer this before too. So if you didn't check that out, when you asked that before, if you go back to the video and look at the pinned comment, you can find your name and click on it, and you can get more information there too. Let's take a look here. So tell you something about them. Something about your husband here. Okay. Yeah, we've got the temperance energy here and the four of swords here too. In this, so tell you something about your husband. The temperance energy is what stood out to me first, which is it's about it's not really patience as much as it is was biding my time. And what they mean by that is, there's this energy, um, you know, of this going forward, going forward, going forward, going forward. We'll see what happens energy. Um, but the Four of Swords, I just feel like, because especially when do they regret anything? With this Four of Swords, they've got this peace of mind. They don't have the same expectations that you do. This Ace of Swords that this is that a cat? And the little black cat is sleeping on is this energy of I see things from a different perspective. I don't have expectations. I'm not going to live up to other people's expectations. I'm going to be me. I'm just going to see how life goes. And the temperament energy of it just feels very, both of these energies just feel very balanced. Like I don't have regrets and I'm doing what I'm doing. And, you know, um, the fighting that happens is, I don't feel like it's a real fighting on their part. It's like right after you fight, they're fine and they're just in this place of I'm living my life kind of energy. I don't feel like they have these regrets, but it's very much this, well, we'll just see what happens kind of energy is what's below the surface for them. I don't feel like they have a whole lot of I'm supposed to do this or should do this or whatever. I get to do whatever I want kind of energy, which comes from a place it's, when we act, that's like a child like behavior. I'm going to do what I want to do. And if I don't get to do it, I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. The, I get, I get to do whatever I want. It doesn't matter how it impacts anyone else. That's childish, right? But we act childish when we're in fear, right? An emotionally mature individual doesn't act like a young child. In fact, there's a lot of humans, we tend to be living from a place of our fears, of our inner children. Um, and we, you know, something happened to them when they were younger that put them in the place of this fear where they just act in survival. I'm gonna do whatever I need to do for me to feel safe and in control. They don't even see that you exist. They're all super focused on themselves, right? Um, so understanding that doesn't make it feel any better. I get that. But something that you might check out is my um, podcast series, The Easier Path. Um, they're they do share. I've have four podcast series out right now, and a lot of them in the beginning they're building foundations of helping us understand why humans do what they do, why humans cheat, different things too. So if you want to check that out, the link is down in the description box of this video, the playlist, and I feel like that might shed some light on some of their behaviors too, and how um, how it can help you transform some of the pain, make it a little easier for you too. But I know it's definitely not a fun adventure, as I say in my podcast. I experienced three partners that cheated, so I understand the pain and I also understand how what I learned through it all, which is what we share. So hang in there. That's what they have for you right now, right? So um, many blessings. We send you lots of love, right? Hey, Cat Goddess, welcome, welcome. I'll add you on to the list here. We might not be getting to you for a little later. So I will continue here. A few more free readings here. Let's say I started at 2:36, so we still got a little ways to go here. I'll finish up a few more free readings, and then I will. I have a couple donations. I'll go back and finish, and then I feel like I will come back and finish all the free readings that we have, at least right now. After that as well. All right. So just a little heads up. So Mary the Aries, you are up next. Hello, hello, my friend. There we go. There's your timestamp. So could you get a love reading with Stephen? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what does Spirit want you to know about you and Stephen? All right. No, you have the movement of swords, which is the Knight of Swords, which I'm getting an energy here of like there's this good communication, good stories. Um and what I mean by even good communication is great like conversations. That's what I was trying to say here. And like there's this, this great energy of talking, um, getting into deep subjects where you're like, oh my God, has it been 3 or 4 hours? So I like that because when everything else fades, to be able to communicate and have conversations is important, right? You also have the judgment card here, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective and being pulled towards something that's more in alignment with what our soul wants for us and that kind of energy. So I do feel here that it's still I feel like you guys have that good connection, but I feel like things would fade and that you're both of you are drawn in different directions for that coming in here. So I feel like, yeah, great conversations. It would be like you guys kind of drift into friend zones there that there's great conversation, but the rest of it kind of falls flat a little bit over time if you guys go that direction. But I feel like there's something more in alignment with your heart and where your soul wants to go in this life, both of you. So I don't feel like it's like um, a forever person. If anything, you guys are stepping stones for each other. If you go that route. All right. So hopefully that helps, Mary. That's what they got for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. User PC. We did it. We got to you. Yay. So here you go. Here's your timestamp here. All right. Very good. So, so a general read. Let's take a look here. So, a general reading. What does Spirit have here for you? Okay, get that. And make sure you get 3 cards here. This one came out first. So you do have the Hanged Man here, and we also have here the 3 of Cups and the 2 of Cups. So there is this energy here. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. And that's it's a good question there, Mamacita, Um that there's this even that's what cards are. We don't need cards to communicate with spirit, right? The way I feel is cards help our human take a message from up above and apply it to visual. So it helps our human grasp the message, but we don't need cards, and that's kind of what is coming in here as well. So I like that. Um, yeah. So you wanted a general read, but you changed your mind. You had a specific question. So ask it real quick here, because Spirit knows, though these cards will apply to it. So pop that out there real quick if you would, your specific question. And in the future, just ask your specific question, because asking for a general means you don't have a specific question you want to ask. You want to see what Spirit has to say, is how we work anyway on my channel. So just in the future, if you put your specific question, then it won't delay us in doing that here. Yes, I've been to Kundalini Clown College. Yeah, I would say everyone experiences Kundalini differently, right? um, but I would say, because I don't like defining like our adventures. For me, Kundalini is, have we gone through this release and opening up to spirit, right? And I definitely have in my life. Um, so in fact, I think I talk about it in one of my old podcasts, how um, it was actually in front of a bilingual Pentecostal church that I was visiting. And a message from the creator came through the pastor, who didn't even know me. I was out of a city I lived, visiting with a friend, and it was like, whoa. Your tailbone, you don't think it's fully open? Whoa, don't open it up. All right. So what archangel do you feel is heavily associated with your journey? Well, I definitely feel here with the Hanged Man coming in here. Which is, of course, interestingly enough, Pisces energy. Do they have Pisces on here? Yeah, it's Pisces energy. And then the 2 of Cups and the 3 of Cups, which is all about this. Here's your spiritual posse with the 3 of Cups, and the 2 of Cups has to do your higher self, but also your connection. And it's interesting that I feel like it's your guardian angel. It's like an archangel. I feel like your guardian angel, which is like, um, I look at our guardian angels as guardian angel, which is like the creator. The creator, we wanted an experience of being like the creator and us, the creation, but the creator wanted an experience with us as our buddy. And so they also formed with each one of us as a guardian angel. And I feel like this guardian angel is the one that is like, archangels, thank you. You can give us some stuff, but I'm the one that's being the one that is so associated with your journey, and that they want this bond energy, like your hearts are connected, like to your higher self. This is like your higher self and your guardian angel that you are, walking as one, like we all do. But I feel like they want that, like yours is extra, I don't want to say, because they don't need to protect you from archangels or anything like that, but more heavily involved going, um, they called shotgun, like when you're gonna go on this journey. I call shotgun. Archangels, you can sit in back. I'm sitting next to them in the front seat. And that's the kind of energy I feel that's coming in here. Um, I would feel like if you're wanting to know, yeah, yeah, I know all that, but what about a specific archangel that interacts? It would be the archangel that rolls over the green light. I don't know a lot of the names because I do with energies, and naming them sometimes feels like limiting to me. So you probably will know who this is, but it's green light energy with pink higher heart energy. And it would be if anyone's related to Pisces energy with this hangman, but it's so much of the heart. All of this energy is about emotional, and the archangel that rules with the heart, connected to the heart. I just see green, a huge amount of green light energy, but also the pink higher heart energy that's there too. And I feel like that is such the big piece of this adventure for you, is getting into your heart, and I feel like that their purpose in this lifetime as this human, this archangel, is here to help you transmute a lot of emotional energy, to help you grow and grow and grow your heart chakra and the emotional center of your life. I feel like that's the big thing here. And they're there to help you transform, with the hanged man energy here too, that's what you wanted to experience in this lifetime. I do feel like you have a lot of, it's like this lifetime is a one of the big lifetimes you wanna process a lot of emotions from other lifetimes as well, and I feel like that's why this is a big piece of this lifetime, and why it might feel kinda like, "Whoa," kind of energy, coming in there too. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, user PC. So, many blessings to you. Thank you again for all of your comments here today. Let's see. What did you say, Mamacita? Got any tingles? Oh, very good. I'm glad I confirmed some stuff for you, Mamacita. All right, let's see here. I think here, 236 is yes. I have a room for at least one more free reading here. And then I will give a list of where we're at on the free readings. I have a couple of donations, and then I will circle back around for other free readings. So we've got Hot Sun. You are up. So, what are D's feelings and intentions and next actions towards you in the bottom of the deck? All right. So, what are D's feelings and intentions? So, feelings, intentions, and next actions, bottom of the deck. Spirit of Pentacles, which is the King of Pentacles in the Standard Tarot. Let's see here. So, what are their current feelings? We got the Innocence of Cups. So, Page of Cups, which is an energy of, higher vibrational energy. It is an energy of happiness and joyful energies, wanting more emotion, wanting to express more emotion. But the Page of Cups here too is also an energy of trying to find a higher love within their heart, um, and trying to feel more full in their heart too, which we know that I can't love someone more than I love myself, nor receive love from someone more than I love myself. So I feel like they're wanting to find this love, because until we find our self-love more, the love of the outside world kind of feels like it's falling short, right? It feels unstable, it feels temporary, and it's always fluctuating. And but the love we find on the inside is stable and eternal and solid, right? So I do feel like that's where they're at in their feelings here. Um, and even some of this that I don't feel I can give you enough love of what you're wanting. And I keep this little bottle here because sometimes it's like that's a good visual, right? This is how much love I have for myself, right? This is all I can give and all I can receive. And sometimes when we give that, we can be like, no, no, I think you need to keep that. I think you need that more than I do. But I kind of feel like there's that kind of feeling of I want more, I want to be more. Um, but I just feel like there's a lot of emotional wanting a higher amount of love for myself and to be able to express it too. Their intentions and next actions. Yeah, I just put this back in. We got here. There's this holding period when we have the hanged man because it's all about transformation and the caterpillar going to a butterfly. It takes time for transformation. I feel like they're in this growth period where they're trying to understand, they're trying to see things again from a different perspective, this higher perspective. So I don't feel like they know what the next actions are till they're able to get out of the cocoon. Then they know where they want to go and what they want to do next year. This King of Pentacles makes sense too, because it's like they're trying to find that fullness of the outside world before they feel they can go forward. Because there is that kind of energy of what do I have to offer? I don't have enough to offer yet. I'm just a caterpillar. In fact, now I'm in a cocoon maybe, and I'm caterpillar juice. I'm not a caterpillar, I'm not a butterfly. I'm in the in between kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they got for you, hot, hot sun. So many blessings. Hang in there. Alrighty. So let me scooch this up here. Hey, Faith and Love. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Let me add you onto the list here. I'm going to run to the little boys' room here. I've been on for 3 hours. So when I come back, I am going to finish up. I know Mama Sita's like, oh my God, I've been waiting. So thank you for your patience in getting to your readings. But I am going to run a little boys' room because I feel like we're going to be on for probably another hour. So I just want to as user PC was saying earlier, how do you keep your flow of readings going? Do you just pee on yourself? And I'm like, no, I take a break and go do a bio break. So I'll be right back in just a moment. Thank you guys. All right. Okay, good. Thank you, Mamacita, for understanding. If you want me to focus on your reading, it's the best thing to do too. Otherwise, I'll be like, oh my gosh. All right. So I am back. So thank you so much for your additional donation here. Let's grab your timestamp here. Mamacita. So there's both your timestamps there. And let us scroll up here. All good. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. And will you be able, to encounter each other again? Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look here. And see, did you ask me anything else? Let me just make sure here. I think you were mainly talking to user there. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So the Kundalini journey, yeah, it is amazing. The opening up that we have, and sometimes we can get so like focused in on, has how we humans, we like to define things, kind of like we're talking about with archangels and Kundalini, and what does channeling mean? What does this mean? And how is it supposed to happen? We try to define it, organize it, put instructions around it. It has to be. But that's so whenever we experience anything that's limiting and restricting, we know that's man, not spirit. Spirit's all about unlimitedness and powerfulness and openness, not shrinking. So when we're like, you know what, our experience is our experience. And it's like when we have that movement, when we get away from this mindset, and because we almost limit it and make it harder to experience something because we're focusing on what something's not being, like, oh, I think it was supposed to be different. So we're actually, our own energy is kind of shrinking our energy instead of going woohoo and opening up to, what is, and what do I want to experience, and maybe I'm gonna experience something called Fu Manchu instead of Kundalini. Have you experienced your Fu Manchu yet? And they're like, what? And they're like, um, I think it was a joke. Oh, it was a joke because someone goes, "Have you had your what a matta yet?" And they're like, "What? What? What do you mean what a matta?" It was something about nothing, baby. Everything's fine. What's what a matta? Anyway, it's funny. What'd you say, Mr. Wayne? We were depends on we have many twin flames and soulmates. The souls recognize each other, but the flesh is like yeah, yeah. We do have a lot of soulmates, a lot of I mean, if we realize that we have billions and billions and unlimited number of expressions, as human, as plants, as animals, as elements in other dimensions or other universes or other solar systems, I'm a planet in a solar system somewhere experiencing, like Earth is an entity, it's a soul that shows I'm going to be this and you guys can have an experience on me. We are the same thing in somewhere else in the universe in different things, right? Are you out of the matrix? Right? Yeah. And it's like, we're always going to be in the matrix, right? But am I aware I'm in the matrix? It's very interesting when we really are able to expand more out of our, the limited beliefs that were given growing up, and we really just open up, going, "I'm so many things, so many other places." Just kind of puts this lifetime in perspective of it's one in a bucket of a billion things. It's a drop in an ocean of the amount of lifetimes and experiences we have. But part of this experience is to experience the low vibration, to experience the contrast. I always talk about this tapestry, how, it's if it was all beige, you wouldn't see the design in the middle, that's beige. If it was all black, you wouldn't see all the designs of all the things written in black. Um, but because of the contrast of the lower vibration with the higher vibration, we have a more distinct picture of who we are. And that's what it is. We're perfect mountains wandering around, discovering who we are as all these different entities, this perfect, giant, huge amount of who we are. And this human is at the bottom of the mountain looking up, going, wow, look at how big this peak is. Where if you're on the top of the summit, you're like, wow, look at all that stuff down below, you know? So I like that. All right. So to your question, based on current energies, will you guys bump into each other again? Let's take a look here. We'll see here. What's the connection here too? We'll pull it from these here. So you have the Five of Pentacles coming in here, along with the Judgment card. I don't feel like you guys will bump into each other again with that, because the Five of Pentacles is an energy of like facing the emotion or any underlying fears below the surface that are running on autopilot down here that we may not be conscious of, but it's an energy of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, and an energy of the fear of lack, right? And this judgment card, of course, is an energy of seeing things from a higher perspective. It is an energy, I feel, because usually it has people in coffins rising from the dead, which is a card that can represent reincarnation and multiple lifetimes and things. So I do feel like you guys have had other lifetimes, and that makes sense with everything that you were talking about there. But I feel like a big piece of it was just to be this in this lifetime, just to be a little moment of um you know, boats passing in the night, passing in the moment where it's like, okay, this is a good reflection for me, um, regarding that. And it's bubbling up, right? Let's see what these other cards are here. Well, the bottom of the deck, we did have the Innocence of Swords, the Page of Swords, which is about seeing things and gaining clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective. Um, you got the Wheel of Fortune and the Ace of Cups, which is realizing everything does happen for us. And the Ace of Cups is turning us toward our self love, realizing we're that chalice, we're the Holy Grail, and that it's a good reflection back to the self love. You know, why didn't I ask me for my number? you know, so it's like, oh yeah, and like you said, you're really focusing in on yourself. Yeah, and you have the Earth Mother, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, really nurturing yourself and, your creativity, following your heart. So I like it that this was a good, I want to say, like, because the universe doesn't test us, but it's almost like doing one of those pre-tests, right? Where let me just see how I'm doing. Let me just do a little bit of a check in. And so at this point in my life, I want you to just wander by me, have this little interaction. You do this, on one hand, I feel like thank you. I received from you, but then it's like, why didn't I have more? Why did it stop there? Was there something wrong with me? Why was this happening? It starts the little down below, right? And it's good. It brings stuff up and going, "Oh, okay. Thank you for fleshing that out, because now I'm questioning that story that I had, and now I'm transforming it. I'm being freed from something, right?" So it feels like that more of that energy here, but I don't feel like you guys will bump by each other again. And I do feel like, especially we talked about their experiences, that theirs also was this reflection of um facing their fear of lack and, again, that, oh God, I should have given him my number, or I, realization of how far they've come in that they didn't also jump forward, right? And go back into their old habit, that there was this good revelation that came in with all that. So very interesting. I feel like that's what they might for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Hopefully that gave you what you were looking for there. All right. Yep, positive thoughts. Your thoughts shape your reality, keep them positive. So I like that. So it's again this thinking that it comes back to, right? It's like, oh yeah, that's right. So the any of the whispers, that self-talk, any of that little psh, 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 well, what if you must not you must be losing your touch if they didn't ask you for a phone number. They always ask you for a phone number. I don't know if they do or not, but that's just like something that they would say, and you're like, oh, and then it's like, you're funny. I recognize you now. So hopefully that helps. So that's what they have for you, Mamacita. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations this eve. Good to see you. All right. So let me double check. I don't think Johanna, if you're here, let's go. Johanna, wake up, wake up. She's sleeping. If she's sleeping, we'll let her sleep. But I have one more. So if I don't hear from you in a second, I'll do as I do before and see what spirit has for you, because they usually know. After I'm done with that, I do have free readings. I got Mika Khan, and then Livier Vagara, and then Maria P, and then Minu Uplifts, and then Lynn, and then Cat Goddess, and then Faith and Love. So those are the free readings I've left, which I will complete after I'm done with that too. Yeah, isn't that great? And it's like you guys did that on purpose, right? Like you knew at this point in my life, it's like you guys have been in so many lifetimes together. Your higher selves are still up there hanging out with all your little soul groups, right? They're like, hey, in this one, let's cross each other's path and be a good reflection of look how far we've come and bring up some more stuff to clear from. And then, then we'll just move on. And they're like, all right, that sounds good. High five. Because in this lifetime over here, as beavers in northern Canada, we're building that dam together, and then we as buddies in this other universe are trying to take over, an imperialistic, blah blah blah. It's like you have in all these different lifetimes with all these different people and all these different places, right? And so to understand and put this lifetime in perspective, it's one little drop in a whole ocean of experiences, right? So I love that. All right. And a high five. All right. So, all right. So let us jump in here. Let me see here. So, Johanna, aka Sleeping Beauty, she's on the other side of the planet. So it's the middle of the night there. You're welcome. So, Johanna, let's take a look here. We'll see what we got coming in here. Kind of being drawn to an oracle deck for you, which the Guides of the Hidden Realms Oracle. It's even the moon. Ooh. Let's see what your guides have to say here. I felt like we're right over there. So let's see what they have here. And of course, if this doesn't answer the question that you were wanting to ask, let me know and we'll get you squared away, of course. So let's take a look here. What do your spirit guides want you to know? They said they'll make it very obvious. Getting the right perfect card. All right. Looks like you get two that came out here. Don't think these are very long. We got Frozen for a Time and What is Holy, What is True. We got card 14 and card 16 here. So let us take a look here. 16 came out first. So this is about, non-action. And I feel like this is what happened here is, during this period of frozen time where you've been slowing down this winter season energy, waiting for a better time and not yet, that this has given you the time for what we're going to cover in card 14. The season of winter is a time of rest and non-action for all kinds of life. I feel like you got this before. Maybe you did. There are some plants losing their leaves or shutting down their growing energy, and some animals enter hibernation, slowing down their life force, and entering the dream time. Now's a similar time for you, but I feel like this was a similar time for you. A season of non action enabled you to rest and gave you the opportunity to dream again, to contemplate the life that you're given and your past and future choices. That's not to say that nothing could happen now, but perhaps you've gotten ahead of yourself, or you had gotten ahead of yourself and you needed to get back in sync with the universe's plan. Maybe something different will manifest now that you've done so much inner work. And this winter appears so you can put things on ice, so that you could have put things on ice. I'm trying to put it in past tense and wait it until a better, more aligned time returns, which is what is happening. I feel like you got a reading on this. In fact, you might even have gotten a card like this, but you came from this frozen time into this action time. Time kind of You kind of went off on a trail and stopped, had this period of like you felt like stagnant, but now things are picking up again. And I feel like this was around the time that you got to see that wonderful actor. Anyway, for now, no matter your query, um, you had slowed down, observed, taking a break, and then letting go. Things might have been slower than you wanted, and that has to be okay. What appears to be not for you may only be the universe saying not yet. And it's time to make space for something new to develop within you. So soon it'll be spring again with many more opportunities to help your dreams come true, which is what we feel is happening now. Even though we are fall going into winter, your spring is arriving now. So the what is holy, what is true, I like this throat chakra. You can see there's writing, doesn't too clear. There's all this little it almost looks like sigils on the throat. So this is recognizing the sacred quality of life, appreciation, witnessing the unmerited gift of grace and miracles. So there are moments when your entire being resonates with the sacred, knowing that you are in the right place. You stand in a place of witnessing, of being present, and in deep appreciation. And this can happen effortlessly when you practice daily gratitude and choose to see the world and everything in it as a sacred gift from the divine. When you are so connected to spirit, you see through the lens of spirit, and miracles are easy to spot. Even the tiniest ones sparkle in your eyes as great and valuable gifts. Right now, know that whatever is moving through your life is an essential part of your destiny. Be present and be grateful, for this is holy and this is true and in perfect divine form. You are in an auspicious place, and you can be assured that all is well. Relinquish the focus and need for more on the outside. Turn inward. Appreciation and reverence for the divine is all you need. Be open to receive your blessings. I do want to read the reversal of this one to see what resonates here, but it says there is a sacred quality to life that is easily forgotten when you're caught up in forging your path, getting ahead, and taking care of others. You might pay lip service to the spiritual life you intend to lead, yet you're blind to the gifts of grace in your life. You allow yourself to believe that your efforts alone are what got you to where you are. The real truth is so much wider and expansive. You have always been in an active partnership with spirit, even if you've ignored this. Excuse me. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up and remember your partnership with divine intelligence. Choose to look at every situation through the lens of beauty and sacredness. Miracles exist everywhere, and solutions are available if you genuinely intend the highest good for all. In this moment, humility is a necessary and fruitful pursuit. Wow, I love that. Partnership with spirit. So I feel like that is their messages for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. We're down to the final four. So let's take a look here. I think this is the one here. And you've got passion. There we go. The fire has been reignited towards your dream. Follow your passions with enthusiasm. Boom. All right. So hopefully that helps. If, again, Jojo, please, if that did not answer your question, you had a different one in mind as you drifted off to sleep, um, let me know and we'll get you squared away. All right. So I think that's it for donations. Check the email. We are good. So let's get back to the final of the free readings. Like I said, we up next we've got Mika Khan, Livier, Maria P, Minu, Len, Cat Goddess, and Faith and Love. Don't think I've missed anyone. If I have and you're here, please speak up. I think I got everyone, but I am a human after all. All right. So Mika Khan, you are up 331, 29. Oh, come on. There we go. So Mika, here is your timestamp. And does M have meanings? What's mine meaning? All right. I'm not sure what you're asking there from my human side. So we'll channel spirit and see what they have here. All right. What we got here? We do have the movement of cups, Knight of Cups. So if this is a person, if M is a person, and what's the meaning? We do have the movement of emotion here. And we even have the Justice card, Libra energy, which is around, um, it's around, Libra rules over the 10th, not 10th house, the what, fourth, fifth, sixth house, seventh house, seventh house. Yeah. Seventh house of relationships. You have to go through. Then Leo is fifth, Virgo, Libra. Yeah. Or eighth house. Maybe. Anyway. No, it's gotta be seventh house. Eighth house is Scorpio. And then we get into Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. Okay, we got it. So if that means anything, 7, 7, 7, 7. But with the Justice card being the Ace of Swords and the balancing scales, and the movement of cups is the quest for self-love too. That I really feel like part of all this meaning is it's turning you back inward, right? There's this balancing, allowing you to see the difference between the mindsets that you have around self-love and love of what we learn from our human experience of, we're told other people define our love and people's actions and non-actions, words and silence mean something about us. And, we're taught all this stuff of the outside world that makes us feel because we feel like we end up on a clearance rack because that's really retail price. It's what we feel we're worth to other people because we're taught when someone does this, this is what your worth is to them. You can end up on the clearance rack or whatever, right? But then with that scale that we see things from a higher perspective, eventually we get tired of all this disappointment and ending up on clearance rack and we turn inward and upward and we discover we're not clearance, we're priceless. There's no amount that can define our worth because we're so priceless. We're too amazing. And then when that's where we find our self-love and the love of the creator in the upper world, and then we define ourselves by that. And I feel like a lot of what's going on here with this energy that you're asking about, it's all about the journey of your self-love, the quest of finding your love in here, by the disappointments and things falling short of the outside world. So hopefully that helps. And I'm so sorry if that I apologize. I'm not understanding your question from a human standpoint, but I feel like that's the message from spirit right now. But of course, I'll be back both tomorrow and tomorrow night on Saturday, and then Sunday morning too. Excuse me. So if I didn't get it that time, please let me know. I can even give you an extra free reading in another session. So I need to take a sip here. My voice is trying to go away. All right. let me bring my hot tea or my cold tea over here. Oh my god, this tea bag has been in here for several hours. That's gonna be some strong tea there. We'll put it over there. All right. All right. So back in here. Thank you guys again for all your patience in getting to your readings. We've got Livier Vagara. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Here's your timestamp. And any messages from your guides, please. All right, let's take a look here. What message from your guides here? What do they have here for you? You know, I feel like I'm being drawn to this guides of the Hidden Realm Oracle. Don't normally give oracles for the free readings, but they are adamant that they're like, yes, we do have a message here. Ooh, I like this. So you got holding space for love. Beautiful energy there. Card number 9. Yeah, the hermit's number. You're like, yeah, no kidding. So it's about being present with an open heart, heart centered, non judgment, discernment, self acceptance, and listening. So the message from your guides says you may be having an experience meant to teach you a lesson that you thought you'd already learned. It's causing you to feel like you're retracing your steps, but you are truly progressing, moving forward like a dancer on a spiral staircase. Along the way, you learn how to love and accept yourself and then are better able to hold space for others. Now you're being asked to observe a person or situation with an open, loving heart, releasing the need to judge or fix. It's more important now to understand them than for you to express your perspective. Can you slow down and listen deeply with your heart rather than your head? Drop the lens of the past and see through compassionate eyes. Listen between the lines to what's not being said in words, but what may be expressed in a more subtle way. Allow things to be as they are and still be willing to move forward, to explore and learn, and let curiosity lead the way. You're in a beautiful place right now, so love the imperfections you're gifted with. It will set everyone free. So I love that for you. That is what they have for you, Olivier. You're so funny. Hey, Jojo. Oh, no problem. I did do one. Here's your timestamps. So you can let me know here. If you listen to it and it's not uh what your question was, let me know. I have like 1, 2, 3, 5 more free readings to go, so that might be enough time for you to listen to that other one and go, um, that was good message, but really what I wanted to know is blah blah blah. So please feel free to do that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Many blessings to you. Maria P, you are up. Thank you so much for your donation earlier. And you want a general for you and Wally. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know about you and Wally? All right, this one and these two. All right. So this one, well, thought you'd got two of cups. So, this is relationship energy, really a spotlight on, you know, the togetherness and that a big piece of your energy that you guys are learning. The Five of Pentacles, which is these beliefs and lack of not being enough. Again, we've talked about, we get the Five of Pentacles a lot for Wally, which applies to both of you, really. It's the fear of abandonment, being left behind, not being enough, not being good enough. But the High Priestess also is an energy of being alone. And there's this fear that's below the surface for both of you, the fear of being alone and dying alone, ending up with no one in your life, nobody romantic later in your life. And I feel like that's an important connection between the hearts, which is a lot to have to do with a lot of human adventures, right? But there's definitely this energy of togetherness and this understanding of that we're both in the same boat, that we both have a lot of the same fears. Most humans have the same fears. Ultimately, we fear rejection and we fear painful death. But ultimately, it's rejection. We feel we're going to be rejected by our tribe in humanity or by God, the creator, which will never be rejected by them. But we have these fears that we will. And there's this, relationships are beautiful mirrors. In fact, it's almost like identically mirrored, right? To show us what we want to see about ourselves. And so, one of the biggest ahas around relationships is when we learn not to point fingers, or at least in the beginning, when we do, realizing three fingers are pointing back to us. And whatever our mind or our mouth is accusing someone of, we look back and go, how am I doing that to myself already? Like, one of the common things is, I fear they'll cheat on me. And then we're like, oh, three, how am I cheating on myself? I've talked about this before, how I learned through people cheating on me that I was cheating on myself with them because I was looking for my self worth, not from myself, but from out there, my non self, which is not the place to be looking for your self love. So I was cheating on myself. So it was reflected back in the mirror, showing me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw it. So I love that energy of mirroring. And I feel like that's the important message for now. So that's what they got for you, Maria. Many blessings to you. All right. Minu uplifts. Hello, hello, Minu. Let's grab your timestamp here. And a general reading, please. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now, Minu? Okay, we got this one and this one. So you've got the Six of Cups and the Nine of Cups. It's an interesting energy here between these. A lot of emotional energy here. It's there's this hidden emotion, this stuff bubbling up. Because when you take the six and the nine and you put it on its back, no, it's a dirty symbol for some people, but it's also the sign of Cancer. So just in case people are like, oh my God, Brother Zen's gonna go there. No, it's the Cancer sign. It's actually, it looks like a six and then a nine. So there's this beautiful symbol that comes in with this energy. And it's emotional, which is the moon energy, and you got the big old moon right there in the middle too. But this is about dreams come true. The Nine of Cups, emotional dream come true. The Six of Cups does talk about like children and past life energy, but I really feel like they're focusing on this energy of, am I going to get this dream come true where I feel this emotion by, and maybe you're wanting children or wanting to have children involved in your life. I don't feel like it's past life. I don't feel like it's someone returning back from the past, or it just feels very much like childlike. And this dream is this mother moon energy. Oh, that makes sense. Thank you. So Cancer, mother moon, um, that energy. Cancer's ruled by the moon energy, and I just feel like there's this. It's like a yes that you will have this dream. You will have children in your life. And if you want the children to be of your own, that you will have these children of your own in your life, and that you will have this emotional fulfillment energy that comes in with all this. It is emotional abundance, and I like it. Um, yeah, I mean, it feels very whimsical with this unicorn coming in here too, in that they're just like it's like they're pointing their horn upwards. Let's see if I can do this in reverse. So it's going this way up here to um, all of this emotional fulfillment sitting above that. So I feel like that is the big message coming in here for you. I just feel like children are such a big part of this dream come true, and that it is in the cards, literally. So, very short and simple message coming in there. Maybe that's just what you needed to hear, but that's what they got for you right now, Minu. So many blessings to you. Or if there's something in regards to children that you're needing to know about, like if you have a sick child or someone else, it's like there is this um, abundant energy that comes with it. Like everything's going to be okay kind of energy. All right. So many blessings to you, Minu. All right. Lynn, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Again, thank you guys so much for all your patience and getting to your reading, all the thumbs up too. I really appreciate all the love. All right. So, Lynn, a general reading, please. In uh, respect to, hello, thank you for being here. To Joseph and Eduardo. All right, let's take a look here. So, a card for Joseph, a card for Eduardo. Let's see what we got here. So, Joseph, wow, we got the Naked Heart here. The Naked Heart, this is a card unique to this particular deck here, which is an energy of like, being true, being true to their heart, not being afraid to step forward. And so I feel like Joseph has this energy of really being in tune with their heart and not being afraid to express it. Um, and like everyone, when we're ruled by our ego, we can kind of, um, quiet our heart. But in this case, it's the heart is like, I am being spoken. The heart is being spoken. The heart is being true. The heart is being expressed. So I feel like that's the energy that comes, around here with Joseph. And then Eduardo, we got the mind, the devil, Capricorn energy. That's, Saturn. It's all about thinking, 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 and in their head. So it's like Joseph is, this heart expression. It's almost like they're opposites. Eduardo gets into their head, has a lot of expectations, overthinks, wants structure, where I feel like Joseph is more emotional expressive with that as well. So it's a matter of like um, what you're wanting to know about them. I feel like that just answers it for you. It's like, yeah, one is of the heart, one is of the mind. One is what my heart wants, maybe, and the other is what my mind thinks. This looks good on paper, but in reality, it's like the heart will win in the end. So hopefully that makes sense, Lynn, for what you're wanting there. So that's your general reading for those. Long-term relationship. Well, between the two, it would be, I mean, if this is a choice for you, like tell me about Joseph, tell me about Eduardo, the naked heart. Joseph would be the ding 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 ding. Eduardo would get caught up so much in their head that they're not like expression emotion. It's just, it looks good here. But the heart is what is everlasting. the mind full of all its supposed tos and shoulds and need tos and restrictions and expectations, it would suck the life out of the relationship. So um, it would be Joseph with the naked heart, would be the winner. So hopefully that helps. Oh, wow. Isn't that great? Beautiful. You're like, come on, boom, boom. I get that is a long-term relationship already. Just not the relationship that you want, right? I get it. All right. Not yet, anyway. All right. Thank you, Johanna. I will finish up with yours. I'm going to finish Cat Goddess and Faith and Love, and then I'll get a quick read on your question. So, Cat Goddess, let's grab your timestamp here. There you go. And you'd like a general or whatever comes out kind of reading. Sure. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? You're very welcome, Lynn. All right, let's see what we got here. Cat Goddess. Wow, man, this card has been coming out a lot, a lot, a lot. But you do have the Justice card with the Ace of Wands. So this is the precursor to this new spark, this new passion coming in here. You have a little bit of time unfolding here with the Justice card about balancing things out. The Libra energy does roll over the house of relationships, and the scales are about understanding and seeing things from a higher perspective, cutting away some old expectations, some supposed to, shoulds, need tos, have tos, must, and clearing those out. And it is this return back to seeing things differently, seeing things with less expectations, clearing away the fears to where you can, instead of focusing on trying to get from zero and actually negative up to zero, that you start off with zero and everything that happens is abundance. That's an important thing that you're learning and going through, a lot of cutting away of old beliefs of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's and blah 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 blah, right? All these stories of what a person's supposed to be and what they're supposed to bring into the relationship and how a relationship is supposed to create and progress and end up and what it's supposed to bring me and who am I supposed to be. It's exhausting, right? That's all that gets us to zero. And we're exhausted by that time. We don't have any feeling of abundance. We actually experience a lack a lot of the time here, right? But when we're looking at, you know, clearing ourselves, then we're ready. When we're at we'll never be at zero as humans, but we can really have lower, less expectations, and then you're ready for this spark, for this new passion to come into your life. And it's a new energy, it's a new way of looking at things that you'll have it, differently. So I feel like that's what they want you to know now. Just understand that you're going through a period of balancing, and then the spark happens with someone. So the more you focus on release, the faster your energy draws you guys together, as well. So that's what they have for you, Cat Goddess. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Faith and Love. Here is your timestamp. And you want to know, when does C plan on proposing to you? Let's get nosy. You're funny. Let's use the learning tarot here. So, based on current energies, we know, and we're asking about the future, that it can change, right? So, let's take a look and see what we got here. Based on current energies, when does C plan on proposing? Got the Two of Wands, March 21st to April 19th. It is the Two of Wands. This energy here it's based on current energy. This is the world of planning and possibilities, right? But when we're looking at, the Two of Wands, that is an energy of, the power of whatever I focus on is what I draw in. And if I focus in on, look, let's say if I'm going, I want to get married, I want to get married, I need to get married, I want to get married, I'm not focused in gratitude in the moment. I'm focused on lack and I'm pushing it further away. That's the Two of Wands, right? On one hand, I can focus on fear and lack and need and want and that energy, which that's what pushes and not I was gonna say repents. That's not it. Repulse? No. Sh you know, rejects it away, repulses, there's a different word I'm looking for that has a "re" in it, but it's that and then, but if I'm focusing on gratitude for what I do have in the moment, what I do have is someone in gratitude, 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 that speeds things up. That's higher vibration vibrating higher moves things faster too. So depending on energy, it can come in sooner than that. But right now it looks like I'm planning to propose March 21st to April 19th. But like I said, that can change anytime, anytime. Zoom, zoom, zoom. So yeah, I feel like that's what's coming in right now. So hopefully that helps. All right. So many blessings to you. Hey, my baby. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your dual donations. So I have one more to finish up here with Johanna, and then we will dive into your two. So thank you so much. All right. So, Johanna, here's your makeup question here. I am awake. Well, that's all right. I got your question now. You can go back to sleep. You can come pick this up later if you want. So, you wanted to ask about if your cat has been born, you've been seeing signs, I think. I take it as a heads up, right? It was a great reading. All right. So, let's take a look here. So, is your kitty cat, your black cat, is it born? Is it born yet? Okay. What else? I feel like short and sweet and simple. We have the full card. Here's the adventure, the soul energy. So I don't feel like it's yet. You have the Ace of Pentacles, which here comes into the physical world next. And then on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Page of Wands. Not the Page of Wands, the Knight of Wands, which is fast, fast, fast moving. So I feel like they're like this close to being born because that full card is the soul energy. It's a new adventure, and but it's the soul about to step off into the physical world. You know, Magician card, High Priestess. If I got like the Empress or Queen of Pentacles or like Mother Moon, maybe birthing energy, then that would have been a yes for me. But I feel like right now they are more um, in this energy of about to be, because we've got the in between the full card and coming into the physical world of the Ace of Pentacles, which is the birthing energy that comes in. So I do feel like it's like any day now that they're coming into existence. Um, they're I had said inside, if they're born, give me a black cat card, because there's black cat cards in this deck, and we did not get that. Like if I got this one, we'd be like, hello. I think there's another one in one or more two in here too. So I don't feel like they're born quite yet. So, but very, very soon, more kitties to arrive. So hopefully that helps, Johanna. Thank you again for your donation earlier. Hopefully you got some good sleep. All right. So let me shuffle these up and we will dive in here. I thought so. So close. So close. Like, you know, Mama Kitty, gotta get these cats out of me. So full. So full. Cute. All right. Yeah, look, and even black cat. Catfinated. All right. So, my baby, welcome, welcome. Thank you again for your dual donations. Here's for your first one. Then we'll give you your timestamp for your second one when we get to that. So let's give that a love and a like for the first one here. So, a message from your spirit guides about what do they want you to know at this time? All right, perfect. Do we want any of those cards? No. Okay. I do feel like we're being drawn to an oracle for you. Don't I was gonna go to the guides ones, but they're like, no, not that one. It's not this one. It's gonna be this one, which is the law of positivism healing oracle. So that's what they want to give you, an actual oracle card. So let's see what we got here. So what message do they have here for you? Oh, boom, boom, there we go. Cards just popping out. You got through meditation, I see clearly beyond the veils of illusion. Card number 36. It's a beautiful card. Through meditation. So the intro says, beyond the five senses and the limitations of time and space, we enter an energetically vast world that connects everything. We tap into this when we are dreaming, working with expanding our consciousness through spiritual practices, when we're visualizing, and when we are daydreaming. In these states, we enter other dimensions and frequencies and start seeing beyond the veil of life. Goes on to say the third eye chakra is an energetic space holding our intuition, clear seeing beyond the physical eyes, and the inner eye, which can perceive life beyond the physical constructs. I feel like there is a strong message about don't believe everything you see. Trust your gut, trust your instincts. This is the place of clairvoyance and all psychic abilities, perceiving synchronicities and signs, co creating with life through visualization and dream work. The third eye is the inner seer, detached from the veils of illusion between the throat and the crown chakra. Can you tap into other levels of consciousness? Are you longing to understand life beyond what you've been taught and find your true path as a soul? Working with the third eye can open up many possibilities and healing for those seeking to experience a higher state of consciousness. There are a few third eye chakra practices listed here. So I think there's like seven. The first one is, of course, meditation, pranayama, which is breath work, and spiritual practices. Number two, chant the throat chakra, Ajna chakra mantra, which is Om, all these Om symbols. Three, eat organic, pure, and whole foods. Four, detox from messages from TV and other media outlets that clog your vision. Five, right? Dream journaling. One, two, three, four. Yeah, dream journaling. So you're, you know, whatever you're dreaming, making sure you're journaling those. Six, active visualization. And seven, listening to your inner guidance and intuition. So we're back to the first message. The symbols on here, you got the Yazidi temples, which are represent unseen realms and dimensions that we tap into with our inner eye. The lotus is all about awakening, and the moon is about intuitive knowing. And the moon really stood out to me in here, of course. And I do feel like this full moon in Gemini that's coming up here on December 4th is an important energy for you there. So I do. I do like that for you. So hopefully that helps. That I feel like that's the message that they want you to know at this time, that you have, like, you're entering this period of really connecting so well and going to a new level. It's like upgrades and downloads, and especially around this full moon in Gemini, which is all the energy of learning and seeing the different sides of things too, that I feel like it's going to be a very, between now and that full moon, you're gearing up to something special on that full moon. So if you can do like a full moon ritual or something, I feel like that would really be helpful for you. Your fortune cookie for this one, let's take a look here, is, yeah, joyful living. Beautiful card, which says choose to live joyfully every day. That is a positive energy. Um, and kind of, there's kind of a, like a not a mixed message, but a message mixed in with all that. Because, one of the things sometimes people go, "How do you connect with spirit?" And I'm like, "Well, they speak at a higher vibration of unconditional love and joy and gratitude and laughter and play, that higher vibration. Lower vibration is so noisy that if we're in this lower vibration and around it, it's so noisy, it's like trying to listen to someone in a bar, and, and they've got the volume at maximum. You can see people's lips moving, but you can't read lips, and you're like, "Huh?" But as we turn down the fear noise and the noise of the lower vibration, and we raise our love vibration, we turn up the volume of love, then we can hear more and more and more and more clearly. And I feel like that's what's going on here, is you're choosing joy more, and that's taking you to this higher place. So I love that for you. So hopefully that resonates. That's what they have for you for your first one, my baby. And then for number two, let's grab your timestamp for that one here. All right. Let's give that a love and a like here as well. And you want to know what was ours feelings and thinking internally after you video called yesterday? All right. Let's take a look here. Let's see what we got coming in here. All right. So, feelings first after the video call yesterday. What was the feelings? All right. We got those. I feel like we got those under the surface there. And then the thinking internally as well. Okay, we got those. All right, let's see what we got here. Do see here on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Six of Cups. So the overall energy, and did we talk about this before? There is this energy of like past life connection where you really feel this. Like, I feel like you feel it more so, that like there's all this emotion here, this connection between, that goes way beyond this lifetime. You just feel like there's something deep connecting emotionally. I do feel like they're a little more aware of it now, because we got a ton of emotional energy, where if we did a reading on them before, I feel like what they're bringing back to me, and I do so many readings, so something comes back. It's usually not having a whole lot to do with um, me actually remembering. It's them bringing it back, which is that they had more thinking and they weren't allowing their heart to feel, it feels like. But this is like they've got a lot of emotion going on here this time. So we'll dive in here, but I do feel like there's this connection that they feel coming in there. Um, all right. So feelings first, right? Yeah. So what were their feelings here? We've got some below the surface, and then we've got, so this is the emotion they're aware of, and then we'll look at the emotion that was below that they don't even know about. So they got the Eight of Pentacles, and they got the Devil card. So here we go. So here is the mind overruling the heart, or the heart, but this is about putting in the work and getting the reward. So their mind really is, as I said before, Capricorn, big thinkers, energy with the Saturn energy. But the Saturn energy, even as you do the work, you get the reward. So I feel like their emotions were um, very mind motivated more than heart motivated, at least what they were aware of. So I feel like they were still stuck in their head. That's hilarious because that's what came in. But below the surface, there's four. So this bubbling, it's like the emotions they were feeling were diverted by the mind. But below the surface, yeah, we got the Six of Pentacles. So this beautiful wanting, this giving and receiving energy here. Two fishies swimming together in a pond. We've got the Spirit of Swords. Well, here's the King of Swords. Double portion of thinking air energy. So we know that that's there. We have the Ace of Pentacles, which is about an opportunity. I feel like the heart wants to meet like in person, and the Nine of Cups. So here is that emotional dream come true energy that's coming in here. So I do feel like their heart was not happy with their mind restricting them. It's like the heart, you know, being a little puppy that wants to go chase after a squirrel, and the mind is holding the heart back on a leash. And the heart's like going, let me go, right? But the mind's like, no, 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 not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. But I do feel like I just feel like this overwhelming heart energy of wanting to be expressed. And it's really battling hard against the mind. So it's there, and there's a lot of emotional pressure building up trying to get out because they're really trying to keep their emotions under control because the mind doesn't want the heart to act because it fears, right? So let's see what the mind, we'll find out what their thoughts were. Yeah, so they fear heartbreak. And this makes sense. This is what we're exactly talking about, right? This um we've when I let you just leap and chase after the squirrel, you got hit by a bike, not by a car, but you got hit by a bike and you got hurt. So I can't just let you run willy nilly wherever you want to go anymore. You're holding you back now. And that's why the Three of Swords is the fear of disappointment, of being a disappointment and being heartbroken, having someone, um, break, um, like leave them, say you're not good enough, those feelings of disappointment. Below the surface, yeah, we have the Fool card. This desire to break free, to change that cycle, to let go of all these expectations, let go of the stuff and just be able to go on this adventure. So the mind wants to get like, I don't want intentions and expectations and this and that, because when we have those, it sucks the life out of a relationship. But that's where disappointment comes. Expectations equal disappointment, because usually expectations up here, and it takes us so long to try to get up to here just to get to zero, right? So the zero card of the major arcana is taking expectations down to zero and wanting possibility more than rule making, right? And we do have below the surface, even below that, we do have the sage energy, the hierophant, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective. And this desire, it's like they tend to, there's passion was activated here. Um, and so when we get like a heartbreak energy along with a passion energy of these, it tells me that, especially with what you talked about with the heart, that this limitations, right? This what it um, without the mind allowing the heart to express its emotions, it diverts the emotional energy to only be expressed through passion. So through action and movement and motion, not emotion, but motion, and it focuses in on the energetic attraction and the physical attraction, but it doesn't let the emotion out yet. Um, I don't feel like it's going to be too long that the mind can control the heart, because the amount of pressure that I'm feeling building up in the emotional area is there's going to be a rebellion of the heart that's going to, um, you know, overthrow the mind and going, I'm going to express myself and I'm going to tie you up and shut you up, mind. We'll see how you like it. So I feel like it won't be too long. I don't feel like it's impossible, like I sometimes feel in some readings where there are, individuals that are going to take a long, 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 long time to ever be able to express themselves emotionally. I feel like they are not far away, not years, not even like several months. It's more like weeks that they'll be able to express some emotion. So, especially with all that Six of Cups, past life energy bubbling and adding extra pressure to be expressed. So that's what they have. Let's see. I only have two of these cards left from the Enchanted Path. So I'm going to give both to you since you're my final donation this evening. We'll start on a new deck tomorrow. So you get the Wisdom energy here first, which is seek wisdom and learn from every situation. So every situation that you have with each other, whatever kind of bubbles up within you is for you, and you can transform these fears or frustrations or triggers into higher truth and wisdom. So whatever's bubbling up is happening for you, either the amount of time they're taking to express themselves or whatever. That gives us the time to question our own thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us anymore, right? And then you have trust. Yeah. So trust the process of the journey. Ugh, I know. But that is part of it too. Just trust that everything happens on purpose for a purpose, and then that will come through. So that's what they got for you there, my baby. Hopefully that resonates for you. And that is what they have. So many blessings to you. I did have a couple last minute free readings come in. Let me grab those. We'll complete those as well. We got Swaroop Bobby. Hello. Let's grab you, put you on the list here. And we have what is that? Oh, Soulful Sensation 9100. Sorry, I think I've got my font too small over here. So you'll beep after that. Then I do need to shut down. I've been on for 4 hours, so we'll be shutting down after this. So thank you guys again for all of your donations and all your thumbs up and all the love and support. I'm so grateful for that. Right, Swaroop, you're at 41745. There we go. And you want to know, excuse me, will you be able to clear your loans on yourself? You just want to apply for a bigger amount for a longer period of time. All right, let's take a look here. So will you be able to clear your loans on yourself? Okay, and then will you be able to get a bigger amount for a long-term loan here? That was a lot of cards. A lot of red tape. Is that what that is? A lot of cards. All right, so will you be able to? Yeah, Three of Pentacles is an energy of movement, of you might have to get a little creative in doing it, but there is this energy about being true to your authentic self. But it's do the work and do the research. You'll be able to do that with that coming in here, right? You also have the Devil card, which when we're looking at the bigger amount for a long-term goal, the Saturn energy, the Capricorn energy is, again, there's this energy. If you do the work, you get the reward. You do the work, you get the reward. So I do feel like this is a yes, success energy. It's not just like it just, oh yeah, done. I feel like you do have to work some things out, but if you do it, then you know, it becomes smoother once you do the work. So if you do the research, do the um, investigating, then you get the reward, and it feels very good here. There's a work energy with the Devil card, so I do feel like we've got that energy coming in around it. So I feel like that's a yes. So hopefully that helps. But do your research, I feel, is an important piece of it because I feel like if you don't, you're going to end up realizing there was a better interest rate or a better deal somewhere. And you're going to go, oh, no, So I feel like that's the important part of doing the research. Right. All right. So that's what they have for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. You're very welcome, hot sun. Hey, soulful sensation. Well, thank you for your donation. I will move you from the free list up to the donation list here for the post stream chat, not chat, pinned comment. Hello. So thank you. We'll grab your timestamp here. You got 42040. Look at this kind of interesting combo here. Let me get rid of it off of here. And let's give your donation a love and a like. Thank you so much for that. And you'd like to know, well, greetings. First of all, hello, hello. Should you stay renting this cabin in California or should I go back home? Should I stay or should I go? Dun, 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 dun. All right, that old song. All right, let's take a look here. Well, what we'll do is with spirit, there's not like really shoulds because to them, there's not a right or wrong, good or worse, better or worse. Um, choice, there's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. So what we'll do is we'll pull energy around continuing to rent the cabin, and then the energy around going back home and see what energy resonates with what you want to experience. So we'll start first with continuing to rent the cabin in California. Okay, this energy here. And then if you go back home, what's the energy there? All right, these here. All right. There's a lot about from back home here. The bottom of the deck, you have the Heart of Wands, which is the Queen of Wands. And there's that powerful energy here about, you know, whatever decisions we make we have a powerful energy. Then when you hold that Ace of Wands, whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. And so based on current energies, we'll see what the outcomes are. But when the Queen of Wands comes in, it's like you can totally switch energies around anything by whether you're focusing on gratitude and higher vibration or focusing on fears and lack and need and that energy. Because whatever we focus on with our energy is what we draw to us. So they're like, this is based on your current energies, but you can always change it. And it's funny, they just showed me casting lots because something that helps, regardless of what comes in here, if you're still like, well, I'm not sure, something that was really helpful to help us recognize our energy is if you flip a coin, especially if you have two options. If you have more than two options, then you just start narrowing it down, do two at a time. But in this case, let's say you have these two, you're like, heads, I stay, tails, I hightail it out, right? So you flip a coin, and then whatever you look at, if you're like, oh, good, then you know that's what you wanted. If you get, oh, let me try two out of three, then you know that's not the one you wanted, and then you know your energy. So isn't that cool? All right. So if you stay in Cali in the cabin, you do have the Innocence of Pentacles, the Page of Pentacles. There is an abundance energy that comes in with that. It's also an energy of realizing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way, in a heightened way. You have the Queen of Swords, this beautiful balance between head and heart. So it feels like this very content feeling that you're having there. It almost feels like I don't want to lose that, right? You're just like, it just feels so. I'm just getting this wonderful, my mind and my heart just feel like they're both floating. You have the Eight of Swords. There is a lot of movement that you've done here at the cabin of letting go a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that no longer served you, those that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and limited. I feel like staying at the cabin, you continue that release of old beliefs that don't serve you anymore. And the Three of Pentacles, you're also very in tune with your creativity, it feels like, out there at the cabin. I feel like, I don't know if you're drawing or painting or coming up with new ideas and new things you want to create and do. I feel like you're really getting a good grounding energy that's there. There's also this friendship energy that's coming in with that Three of Pentacles. I don't know if you're getting to know people that are there. If you haven't, I feel like if you stay there, you will either friends will come to visit you and want to stay and hang out with you, or you make friends with someone that's in the area if you haven't already. But I feel like the Three of Pentacles is that energy of working together with people there too. If you go back home, the energy you have slow motion. Slow, slow. Let's see. You got 3 cards and 3 cards. You got the Justice. Here's the Balance, Libra energy, and the Star card here. Another balancing energy. I feel like it would take a while to get this balanced sense back. If you go back home, I feel like you would get like, if you stay in the cabin, that feels like you're discovering what is my dream. Whereas I feel like if you go back, you get distracted by um, influence of a lot of people telling you what your dream should be and what you should be doing. And it kind of goes like you're in this balance mode. You go back home, it's like all these people start plugging all their thoughts and beliefs and everything on you. And you're just like, oh, you feel like any progress you're making comes to a halt and starts moving at a snail's pace, right? Which sometimes is good for us too. Maybe that's what you're wanting. That's there's no right or wrong, like we said. The 3 cards below that, there's a lot of different emotions, some emotional confusion here with the 7 of Cups. Again, it feels like a lot of people sharing their feelings, clogging and fogging up things. The 9 of Swords, a lot of fears of letting people down, a lot of these supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's. What will people think? What if I do this? What if I don't do that? Again, I feel like it's all this opinion, a lot of conflicting energy. Yeah. And the 3 of Swords, expectations equal disappointment. This feeling here. Yeah. I feel like it's very clear. The cabin. I'm going to stay at the cabin. But when we're looking at the journeys and the energies of things, we're going to grow no matter where we're at. And again, the Queen of Wands, you can make it whatever you want here. You can hit obstacles, hit a lot of people trying to go out of balance, but you can, with your energy, push it all and transform it. You're that strong. You're not a weakling. You're so much more powerful than you've ever been taught to believe and thought about yourself in the past. Feel like at the cabin, you're really been grounding yourself and really realizing a lot about yourself. But you could totally take it all and turn it into something if you wanted it as well. It would just take a lot of effort. I feel being around all this dramatic people with a lot of lower vibration and fear, and they're just blah 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 blah, and you're just like, "Where's the squirrels? I want the squirrels back." That's funny, but so I feel like that is a big piece of that. So, I mean, if we were like, what I think it's obvious which one I'm leaning toward. But that's my human. But from spirit standpoint, they're like, "What? It's just information." Some people like a challenge, and it's like, "Yeah, I wanna go and I'm gonna overcome it all because I learned a lot out here in the cabin and I'm gonna show them the superhero I've become." Other people are like, "Eh, I'm not ready for that yet. We're gonna extend and continue staying at the cabin here. So I like that for you. We're gonna pull here. I had finished just using the other oracle. So this is, oh wow, of all things, you get the forest spirits oracle. Otherwise, you would have gotten the enchanted path. So you might have gotten a different card there, but let's see what comes in here for your fortune cookie here. That's hilarious. All right. So what else here? All right, there we go. Let's see what fell out here. That's funny. The one that showed here is communication here. You got the crystal spirit. And it says, express yourself authentically and vulnerably to strengthen your relationships. Wow. So I like this. So be true to your authentic self. And I feel like you already know what you want to do, right? But if you flip a coin and you're like, it'll tell you right away. And I like that. But be true to yourself, I feel like is what's coming in there. So I like that for you. Soulful sensation. Thank you again for your donation. And if you guys haven't checked it out, I did have the new moon drawing. So we did have the winner announcement. If you guys want to check that out, there's that. But if you want to get into the next drawing, so I'm having drawings every new moon and every full moon. This is the next full moon drawing on December 4th, which is the full moon in Gemini. If you click on that, it'll tell you how to get into the drawing. You can win a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love. So you can check that out. Also, all of my readings and my hedges are on sale through the end of the year and actually even through January 1st. So that's a video that talks about it. All the information's down in the description box of the video as well. And if you're interested in listening to my free podcast, it's called The Easier Path. We just had, well, I think it was last week, is when this one came out. It's the knockout round, but all these center on stories of things I've gone through, perspectives of from human and from higher self, and then hints from spirit on how to make these situations easier instead of harder if we want, because it's all up to us. So all of that information's down in the description box. The playlist for all of the easier path is there too. Or if you go to my main page at the very top, it's there too. So that's it for this evening, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, and on Sunday at 11 a.m. Mountain Time too. If you'd like to join me then, until then, remember every second of every day of your life that you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you guys again, remember to have some fun, because why are we being so serious? All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon. Have a great night or morning if you're on their side of the world. We'll see you.